Good evening and welcome to TPK Roleplay for our second episode of Madness Calls It Forth. Before we begin, this is a content warning. Knights of Paynetown is a dark, noir-style campaign written by Son of Oak Studio and deals with issues like violence, emotional trauma, death, suicide, among other disturbing themes. Please know that those around our virtual table have given their consent to explore these topics together as respectfully as we can. But if you, the viewer, should feel uncomfortable at any point, please make sure to step away, get some air, stretch your legs, and check in on us again. Tonight's episode is called Carnival of Machines. Last time on Madness Calls It Forth, we were introduced to four ordinary folks with extraordinary powers. First, Celine Caliburn, a wealthy heiress and wielder of a mythos-touched relic, Excalibur, goes to investigate the missing star of her annual gala, bringing in tow Miss Ami Ortelia, a young volunteer happy to get away from her social climbing parents, who bears the talents and curse of Mercury. As rain rolled in across the city, we met beat cops Das and Quinn, who were able to persuade the proprietress and of the mirror and rift of Grendel's mother, Lexi, to help them solve a string of mysterious murders. Joined by the rift of Job, Father John, the pair wind up at the same bar as the others, just in time to join in on the investigation. After a day spent investigating the teary-eyed center of three mysterious deaths, Martha Ellis revealed herself as the Rift of the Banshee at the gala rehearsal. Attempting to sing her audience of work crews to their deaths, we see the scene replay just as it did before, but this time from a new angle. As the curtain falls, we see a man with a camera take a picture of Martha raging on stage. Through the viewfinder, we can see the misty Irish moors with Martha keening in the middle of it all. He digs his earplugs in deeper and absconds from the theater with the other fleeing civilians and disappears. As the camera pans across the city, we hear the monologue of Lexi play over the view of a cold city. We see flashes of Celine stirring restlessly in her hospital bed. We see Job hiding Martha from the police. And we see Ami tucking her grandmother into bed as Lexi speaks.
I keep thinking about the look on Celine's face right as I came to my senses. Ami looked afraid. John looked like he was ready to put me down if it came to that. Celine, though, covered in blood, cradling her gun like a child, somehow still glamorous. Stunningly beautiful despite everything. She looked at me piteously. Violence has always been an easy choice for me, I guess. When the boys were picking on us in school, it was an easy choice. Then when I dropped out, it was the easiest thing to do when I helped my dad's business. That girl on stage, she didn't deserve to die. She's like every other lost soul on my block. Someone bigger and truly vile dragging her down, stepping on her to reach their own greater heights. I said I'd stop fighting when Graham was born, be a woman who did things honestly. I said I didn't want to live that way anymore. Maybe it was a lie I told myself because I was too ashamed to be seen doing it. Now that there's something just out of reach covering my tracks for me, maybe this cycle, this story, might be it's just written in my blood. I'm going to have to fight again. I know that. When the time comes, I know that I can cut loose and let this thing that shadows me work out all her hate and pain and righteous fury. But I'm going to dictate the terms this time. I never want Celine to look at me like that again.
And with that, the scene fades to black.
great, times are changing. This is the end of everything, but it's hard to say goodbye. In my dreams, we were meant to be, but everything feels wrong. Just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel right. Just doesn't feel
Business at the Beehive is slow as sun slips down past the horizon, but there's still the clattering of keys on laptops and people murmuring in comfy chairs. This is where we find Ami working her job at the Beehive, an old town coffee shop institution nearly as old as the city itself. Earthy coffee aroma permeates the Beehive's wooden floors, and the last of the day's sun glints in its old windows. Outside, an evening mist is just slowly curling around corners, wetting the autumn leaves on the ground. Ami, you are holding a large glass coffee cup as you bring it to the pickup counter. A half-calf soy latte at exactly 120 degrees, but nobody seems to be coming to get it. You notice the woman coming to get her coffee is frozen in place, and only then is when you realize the Beehive has gotten terribly quiet. The drone of the coffee grinder has died down, and the light in the room seems almost sepia tone. Ami, how long has it been since you graduated or possibly left boarding school?
I'd probably say a handful of years at least.
Cool. So it's been about that long since you've seen your old schoolmate and partner in crime, Kimberly Nguyen. Frozen in place, her dyed blonde hair cropped in a curly bob falls perfectly in place around her toned, impeccably make-up face. The only noise in the room is coming from a crappy TV screen across from you. It's suspended from the wall and still has a couple of antenna wires sticking out of the back. Usually playing, some kind of soap opera or a medicine commercial. The TV screen crackles from static into life. It seems to show the front windscreen of a sports car. The car is driving incredibly fast, nearly missing several cars and pedestrians. The roar of the engine fills the entire coffee shop, but you're the only person hearing it. And you swear you can smell the Napa leather seats. Eyes glued to the screen, the vision suddenly ends when the car smashes into a telephone bowl, and you hear the crunch of metal on metal and the splintering of glass. And just like that, all at once, the hubbub of the coffee shop returns, and you realize you've dropped the coffee mug. Hot brown liquid is pooling at your feet, glass mug shattered all around you. And Kimberly, seeing you seemingly drop this out of nowhere, approaches you with caution. What do you do?
So Ami probably would kind of she's just gonna shake it off. bend down, pick up the bigger pieces without acknowledging, and then as she gets back up again, go, "Ah, Kimmy, your beauty stunned me." Drop the damn cup right there. And like kind of just being facetious even as she says it. And then heading up probably down the bar a little ways, the coffee bar, to grab a mop and some other things to clean up.
She has her like platinum credit card in her hand, and she looks at you a little bit confused, and then it slowly dawns on her who you are. No way. No way. Really? Ami, it's been too long. Darling, come. Oh, it really has been too long.
Putting this good boarding school education to use.
I'm sure my mother would say probably the same, in just as sarcastically. But it's fine.
What have you been up to? How are you?
Oh, it's a series of businesses here and there. I tried my hand on a little bit of everything, and the social media game isn't quite where it used to be, but I'm doing well for myself, don't you worry. So about the coffee then?
Oh, right. That was your half calf.
Exactly 120 degrees?
Sure. 120 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me fix that. Did you want like maybe a brownie on the house since I...
Oh, no, I shouldn't. That? Please, no. I couldn't.
They're vegan? That makes them healthy, I hear.
Oh, well, if they're vegan, of course.
Perfect. Let me grab you a brownie. Do you want to heat it up?
Oh no, I should get going. No, it's fine.
Well, we should grab drinks sometimes. If you're going to be in town for a while?
Yes, let's do that. And with that, we see the scene shift to a few moments later when she has her coffee and her vegan brownie. And she tries to swipe her credit card a few times, and every time it is declined.
Listen, my parents do that shit to me all the time. They think if they can get me to another fucking ball or another thing or whatever, then they'll turn the card back on. And it's a whole rigmarole. Girl, I got it. Don't worry about it. I haven't seen you. You remember that one time back at school when we snuck out that one time I got really drunk, I puked in your car.
Ami, please, not in public, please.
Well, it's payment for that. It's the least I can do. I don't think we ever, figured that out.
Well, thank you, Ami. That means a lot to me in these trying times. I promise I'll pay back. I'll pay the business back. I'm sure I can work this out. Don't you worry about that.
No biggie. Do you have a place to stay?
Oh yes. I should be totally fine. It must be a fluke with the bank. You understand.
Absolutely. Listen, you know what I say? Just go on a date with a really nice guy and pretend like it went really well, but ditch him halfway through. This is like my go-to motive when my parents do this shit with me. I go out with them. I'm like, oh, Dr. So-and-so was great. He's a real philanthropist, but I've actually left halfway through dinner.
You notice when you mention, the more you mention your parents, the more nervous she gets. And with that, she says, you know what? I really should get going. Why don't you throw that in a to-go cup? I need to be on my way.
Sure. Whatever you need. You okay?
Of course, yes. Just, very busy, things to do, people to see.
I feel it. Enjoy the brownie. I think they taste like cardboard, so sorry.
Then why did you sell me one?
I didn't sell it. I gave it to you. I'm trying to get rid of them. I keep hoping that maybe they'll just make better brownies.
I think if they keep selling them, that might not happen.
I know. It's a vicious cycle.
Well, it was a pleasure seeing you. Thank you so much for comping this. I'm sorry about your shoes.
Oh, no biggie. Hey, before you go, let me give you my number. Text me. Let me know where you're at if you need anything.
Okay,
Cup of
sure.
coffee again?
From that, she pulls out a New Win Investment Enterprises business card with her name on it, and she hands you it upside down so you can write your number on it.
I'll jot it down.
Do you take her number as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And with that, we close on this scene. Simultaneously across town, we find Father John and Lexi in Rondo's Diner. It's one of those greasy 50s diners with the neon signs in the window and a rack of rotating desserts and the probably broken in, covered in duct tape seats. But this place is a go-to for the downtown clientele. What brought you in today?
John isn't much of a cook. He isn't much of a meal person. He's more of a microwave dinner and call it a night kind of thing. When he isn't getting casseroles from the congregation. But tonight he wasn't paying attention. He's fresh out of frozen dinners. And he's really just craving some pancakes.
Of course.
So I think he probably reached out to Lexi and said, Hey, I was thinking about grabbing some grub. You want to meet at the diner?
At the diner?
Yeah.
I got a coupon. I'll be right there.
You and your coupons.
Gotta get a deal when you can get a deal.
Which I think brings us to where we are now.
Yes, it does.
All right.
The two of you have, Job, do you have your coffee with your pancakes, even though it's getting close to dinner time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Job doesn't sleep well anyway, so yeah, he's a coffee fiend.
I assumed as much. The two of you with your drinks and a smattering of dishes, you're probably about halfway through eating, but you hear it before you feel it. A violent roar breaks through your conversation, and you notice the water in your glass is vibrating. Car horns honk frantically as a shiny black sports car careens down the street towards the diner. And now, because we're playing a game, I'm going to introduce Out of Control Car. When the Out of Control Car enters the scene, give it speeding 4, which is since. So the two of you see a car full speed coming down the street.
It looks like an out of control car. How random.
Oh shit.
There we go. I was like, are you doing anything?
Where is it, like just driving past, or is it like heading for the diner?
It is. You can tell it is out of control. It is going to crash imminently. You probably have at most 15 to 30 seconds.
Lexi's gonna, if there's like a bar, these places usually have like a bar. She's just gonna hop over the counter and be as many walls away from the car as possible.
Yeah, you say collide. Into which is it colliding?
You're not sure yet because the car is. You can tell the car is veering left and right, and.
But do we have headlights pointed at us?
Pointed at you. Pointed at you, or at least one of the other cars, pedestrians, or telephone poles in the vicinity.
All right. If there's pedestrians, I think Job's gonna try and like run out and be like, "Hey, get out of the way! Everyone, move!"
Excellent. Before I ask you to roll, I'm also going to mention that Celine, you are across the street in the Shinobi Sushi, a very upscale, vastly different than the diner, but probably the best place in the city to get some sushi. And you two hear, as your wine glass clinks as the car comes revving into view, a car speeding down the road at you. What do you do?
Through the this place has really big glass windows kind of showing the city outside, and I will just kind of set down my glass and stand up and walk away without the feeling the need to excuse myself, and just going to kind of do a very controlled like run walk out to the front to like I'll probably get out and look around and try and assess the situation. How far is it from me? How much time do I have? Who all is in the street? That sort of thing.
Gotcha. So you can see it's probably half a mile away, but with the amount of noise it's making, you can very clearly see cars veering out of the way. You've probably got about 15 to 30 seconds before it hits something.
Okay.
I'd like to change what I'm doing since it's much further away than I thought.
Is there... tell me if I need to roll something, but I'd love to just raise up my hand where I am wearing the bracelet and have it transform into a hook shot. It can be any weapon.
Cool. So is a hook shot a weapon?
Yes. Because
Play the Legend
you
of
can
Zelda.
listen. Yes.
Okay.
But I would love to fire it into any sort of stone wall that I can see across the street to kind of create a clothesline effect for this car.
Interesting. Got it. Job, what are you doing again?
I was trying to clear out any like pedestrians that I saw that might be in the way or could possibly end up in the way. Do I see Celine across the way, or?
You might if you were looking for her, but something tells me you might be a little bit preoccupied.
Right.
And Lexi, what were you doing?
I will go outside and just look for anybody who's like getting out of their car. Like on the road and be like, no.
Gotcha. So you're trying to help. You're trying to help people and get them out of the way. Similarly with Job and Lexi, you're trying to, I assume, slow this car down.
You mean Celine?
Sorry, Celine, you're trying to slow this car down with your hook
Yes,
shot?
I mean, I do not have any sort of super strength or anything like that, and honestly, still got a little bit of lingering stiffness in my shoulder. But I can see that there are pedestrians and other cars down the road, so I am just gonna, this is my best idea in the short amount of time that I have. I am going to shoot out this hook shot to create like this like hard tethered line across the road to try and catch the front of this car. And I'm shooting it at like grill level so I don't decapitate anyone that's in the car.
Great. The three of you, I want Lexi, can you please roll to convince someone? You're trying to convince all the people in the street to get out of the way. Celine, you're going to take the risk when you perform a daring, riskier, outright stupid feat. Roll plus power. And Job, can you please face danger for me to, I assume, avoid an incoming hit? Go for
Face
it.
danger. Okay. Who would you like to go first?
Whoever got it
God.
first.
Hope those tags are appropriate. Not that
Anyone?
it matters.
Celine, you're going to have to take a -4 because you have speeding 4 as a story tag. This thing is going to resist.
Okay. Oh, hold on. I have not applied the tags for my weapon.
Please
May I
do.
that again. Okay. Well, there we go. I have a 9. A mild success. Things get messy. I will end up with either a hard bargain or an ugly choice from you.
Hard bargain or a messy choice. Oh, interesting. Cool.
So,
Yep. And Joe?
so does it look like it's coming for me? Because that's gonna affect the tags I use on it.
I'm sorry. One more. Seen as a lot. Explain one more time what you're doing.
Does it look like it might be coming towards me, or
Yes.
I'm gonna get hit? Okay, because that's gonna affect the power tags I use.
Okay.
So this is face danger, you said?
Yes. Okay.
That's a 15.
Even with the
With what was it? -4?
6 plus 5 is still a 12. Still an 11. So good job. I was going to say the hard
Oh,
bargain.
-4. I got so much worse. I forgot the -4.
So because you're taking a risk, I'm going to be -4. You would have failed because it's you were opposed by the speeding out of control car.
Yep.
So what I'll do is give you an ugly choice based on what Father John is doing. You can either let it crash into a building or send it towards Father John. Oh, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. We already rolled. It's fine.
I'm gonna get. I am not comfortable risking your life. I'm gonna hope that it can go into a building. I'm gonna send it into the building.
Cool.
Hope that they have airbags.
However, it looks like you did not succeed in convincing people to get out of the way, so they're in danger. However, Father John, you did succeed on your face danger. Tell me what you do.
Okay. So since it looks like people are more reacting to Lexi, like they're, instead of moving away and like running away, they're just kind of staring at Lexi and like, what's this person yelling about? They're not moving. So John makes the decision. He's like, oh, God damn it. And he runs out into like the trajectory of where it looks like it's going to be hitting some people.
Okay.
And just like full on like he's like running up holding his cross, and like as he like turns away from them, he's got his hands outstretched and his cross kind of glows like just ever so slightly, and he's like, don't fail me now.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's like taking a full brunt or if he's just gonna like a side swipe and he's just gonna tough it out. But this is using the nothing left to lose, devil may care.
Yep.
Endure any punishment and can't take my life and soul.
Gotcha. What we're going to do is you're going to get hit by the car but not pummeled. But we'll say with your success that you were able to, I guess, push people out of the way, or, get the car to come towards you instead. Lots of things to consider. So the car comes pummeling towards you. And at the very last second, it swerves, but it nicks you in your side. So please take let's take a tag of smashed 1. So say your left elbow has been, or sorry, your left shoulder has been smacked by the side of the car. But with the success you had in facing the danger, you're not going to, you're not going to take status at all because you got a success, so you're good. Don't take any status. You are impossible to kill and even harder to punish. So the car basically bounces off you and smacks into the side of the diner. Thankfully, no one was in that corner of the diner when it hits. And with a screech of metal against metal and shattering glass, the car comes to a stop.
Was it our table?
Yes. Because that's interesting. So the car is smashed into the side of the diner. The diner itself, you can see several windows are shattered. There are people inside, like, clinging to the sides of the diner. Your pancakes are unfortunately gone
Everywhere.
And this speeding car is no more.
So I think Job's gonna be like, okay, thank God. Just turns around and looks at everyone. Okay? Everyone okay? Do you guys see it? It hit the curb before it even got to us. It's a miracle. And he says this as he's like covering his arm where it is clearly like ripped and like where the car impacted it. Like there's like a torn sleeve. And he's like, yeah, it hit the curb and that it bounced away before it could even get to us. It's honest to God miracle.
Is there somebody in the car?
Would you like to go investigate it?
Yeah.
Before you do, let's get back to Chrissy. What is Ami doing?
So she would be probably taking out from like her pocket like a small notebook, jotting down her experience. And I think out of everybody in kind of the group, she's the most informed about her situation with her like rift.
Mm-hmm.
So she would probably be jotting down the experience with the TV of like, this motherfucker might be testing me. Like, you know what I mean? Like not knowing what it meant or what was happening or what the point was, just like making note of like, okay, that doesn't happen to me all the time. I think somebody's trying to make their presence known or something's changing within me. And like, just to make note to research it later. And then she would likely also jot down the fact that Kim came in and got kind of weird and like make a note to say like check into their money, like peep around in their finances a little bit tonight when you get home just to see what's going on. And then she'd shove the notebook back in her back pocket and probably turn the TV down a little bit if it's getting later, probably starting her closing duties, making sure the sugar is filled, cleaning all the machines, washing dishes.
Gotcha. Okay, Lex, you wanted to investigate the car, right?
Yeah.
Why don't you roll investigate for me, please? And tell me how you're doing it.
Yeah, so well, can I do like a cursory glance before any like consequence investigation? Just, is there somebody in the car that I can see, or is that something I have to investigate too?
I'd say you can see that someone is in the driver's seat of the car and they are slumped over on the steering wheel. I'll also read the flavor text for this scene. Steam rolls up from the engine of the crashed sports car and an acrid smell of burnt tires fills your breath. The car lights flash in tandem with the restaurant's neon sign on the side of the building, drowned in the cacophony of alarms from nearby cars. The streetlight above the signpost of Pine Street and 5th Street flickers and then dies. The windshield, smashed into a million glass pieces, still desperately holds onto its frame, hiding everything behind it except for a big, round bloodstain.
Okay. Yeah, so then I do want to investigate the car. I think what Lexi is going to try and do is like peer in through the windows, see if she can open that front door, probably even like leveraging her super strength to do it.
Okay.
And just like keep an eye out for any like fluids on the ground. I'm thinking like police procedures there. She's seen cars get fucked up before.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So
let me know what power tags you're using and roll for me, please.
So I'm using Death on 2 Legs for super strength, police procedures, eye for detail. Is organized crime appropriate here?
Probably not.
Okay. Then we're going to investigate. And that's an 8. Okay. So what? That's a mixed success.
So you can, on a hit, you get clues equal to power. Spend your clues 1-to-1 to ask the MC a question about the subject of your investigation, or ask another player a relevant question about their character. They must give you either a straight answer or a solid lead. On a 7 through 9, they can also choose one of the following. Your investigation exposes you to danger. The clues you get are fuzzy, incomplete, or part true, part false. Or whoever or whatever you are asking the questions of can ask you one in return. Unlikely to happen.
So, was the driver fully in control of the car?
Tell me how you're going to try to investigate that.
So I'm thinking if there's like any fluids like leading up to the scene, or like the way that the driver is like posed within the seat, like looks of panic, or kind of examining the car and the scene to see if there's any indication that there was like brake lines cut or something like that.
So while you don't see any like brake fluid on the ground, you can tell from the swerve on the street and the last few seconds before the car hit that you can probably guess that the driver lost control of the car several seconds before the car hit something.
Okay, is the driver alive?
The driver is most definitely dead.
Okay.
How do you investigate that one real quick?
I think I try to open the door, and if it's...
You, with your mythos power, you kind of rage a little bit and are able to crack the door open.
Do a little Jaws of Life.
Yep. Let's hope no one saw that.
Well, and I see a deceased person, and then I think I want to hold my last clue, if that's okay.
That's fine. One thing if you were to look at the guy in the front seat, you can tell he is dead, very dead. In fact, there is a shard of glass from the windshield through the middle of his skull. How much do you
glass?
How much do you know about cars?
I personally know a lot about cars.
Then you would know. That's not how car glass works.
Yeah. Okay.
One last thing for that clue about is the driver alive. You notice that his lips seem burned. But you're not sure. I don't know if you know what that means.
I definitely don't. I think I still want to hold my last
fine.
clue because I don't know what question I want to ask yet.
That's fine. That's what all the other players are for. Hey, let's bring the spotlight back over to Celine. What are you doing? Your plan has sort of backfired.
I am just running across the street,
Mm-hmm.
having retracted the hook shot and letting it mold back into the bracelet form on my wrist. And I'm just running across the street, like avoiding any other passersby or cars that are still racing along until I catch up with Lexi and Job over there by the crash.
Gotcha.
If people are standing around gawking, I will attempt to organize them.
By this point, yes, people are out in the streets.
If any sort of law enforcement has showed up, I will be telling them how to do their job very efficiently and not in a particularly bossy way, but just, hey, you need to be clearing these people, and if you could, I'm sorry, could you call Sergeant, Danvers and just have him come down here? There's gonna be some issues here, and I don't want this building to fall. If you could, please.
Gotcha.
And just start doing my usual thing where I am the boss of whatever situation I'm in, at least in my mind.
Okay. Police have not quite arrived yet, so you may still have a few more moments before that kicks in. But you are ushering people out of the way. You see the owner of the diner. He is distraught, and he has his head in his hands. You see several other regulars at the diner. You see several people from the sushi place and other businesses around that street, all kind of out in the street just watching.
Reading one of the waiter's name tags, I'm just gonna. Hi, sweetie. Could you go get the owner here a nice warm glass of tea, them to drink, and if you could just, could you just sit down? It's gonna be fine. I am sure you have insurance. It's gonna be fine. The fortunate thing is that none of your customers were harmed.
Okay. Oh God. Oh no. Oh Lord. And you do get him to sit down, and someone gets him a cup of tea. But people are too curious and don't want to go away until the police arrive, probably. Hey Job, what are you doing?
Joe was trying to help with the crowd as well, but I think for the most part he was trying to distract people while he saw Lexi head over for the car. But seeing how it's open, and it looks like Celine has showed up and is organizing the crowd now.
Mm-hmm.
Job is going to go over to Lexi, and he's going to try to take a closer look. He's trying to see if maybe there is something a little abnormal.
Okay.
As to what happened here.
Are you looking at the car? You looking at the car or at the driver?
Really quick, I think under her breath, Lexi is going to say, "Look at the glass. That's not right." Lips.
Yeah. He's going to look at the driver.
Okay. Why don't you use your power tags to roll investigate for me?
Okay.
And let me know what they are.
Would, just so I could check with the power tags, would smell guilt a mile away count for this? As if there's something that's hiding?
You know what? Why not? Go for it.
Okay. That's 7. Or would I be getting like a help action with Lexi pointing out the glass?
Not unless Lexi wants to use it.
Let me check to see. I do have a help point. I don't think that's going to push you into a higher tier, though.
Okay.
So with help and hurt, you get to use your help and hurt points just like juice. So you can create a tier equal to the number of juice you use to help out, but that's still only push you from a 7 to an 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with a 7 to 9, you get clues that are either fuzzy, incomplete, or part true, part false, or the investigation exposes you to danger. I'll decide that based on how you decide to investigate.
I think he's mostly just going to go over and see if he's getting the sense of something beyond the veil might have happened here.
Gotcha. If you're going to try to... we'll do that in a second because that is actually its own move.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'll give you a few... I'll give you... how much power did you have on your roll?
That was 3 that I did.
Cool. So you have 3 power for 3 clues. If you want to ask me a specific question.
Was there something involving the mist that was... Like, was this because of something beyond the mist that caused this? Like, was it just like a normal freak accident, or was it something more than normal here?
And I'm sorry to keep pushing this to you. How are you doing that? Describe it, narrate it to me. What are you doing that allows you to veer into the mist?
He is going over and he's saying a prayer that anybody else would see and assume that he's maybe doing last rites.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like trying to pray and asking, he's like, just let me, something ain't right here. This thing hit right where we were. And he's saying this all in Latin to try and hide it.
Gotcha.
And he's like, just give me anything, any clue you got, any spec you got. He's just like holding his cross, and he's like, really just trying to focus the power that he thinks he's getting from God.
Gotcha.
It's like you let a car hit me with no issues. So you just give me a freaking clue, man.
Great. So with the information you got from Lexi real quick, you look at this splintered car windshield, and beyond just the gore and the upsetting nature of it, you can tell there's something more to this. And as you pray, you get a serious vibe from looking at this accident. And while it's impossible to tell where it's coming from, there is certainly an aura of mythos surrounding this accident. And you can sense an almost impalpable trace of malice, just far away malintent on this mysterious car accident. You can tell probably that there is definitely some meddling afoot, but you can't trace it back to anything in particular.
Okay.
You have 2 more clues.
Do you want to think about that for a minute? Because I figured out my third one.
I just want to ask, since he's kind of a man of the city and kind of like a congregation, does he maybe recognize who this person was?
Okay, so I'll say you may not recognize it, but you go and investigate this man a little further, and on the ground in front of him, you can see where a wallet has fallen out of his pocket, and you open it up to find the name inside the wallet, David Nguyen. He is wearing an expensive, hand-tailored suit. He has an expensive watch and leather shoes, and is driving a very expensive sports car.
He quickly wipes it down, wipes the wallet on his shirt and puts it back to try and get off any fingerprints.
Gotcha.
And then he just kind of goes back to doing actual last rites, and I think he's just going to hold the last one to maybe try and overhear when the cops do get there.
Gotcha.
Just kind of basically trying to use his position to stay back as much as he can and listen in with his last one.
Cool.
And that's kind of what it is. But he
I'd
actually
say
does do last rites at this point.
About that time is when a couple of cop cars arrive, and out from them you see beat cops Das and Quinn. Now everyone stand back, please. Stand back. Thank you very much. Thank you. And as she approaches, Das recognizes you first, Lexi.
Hey.
Well, hello again, Miss Lexi. It's been a few weeks.
It has. Hope I was of help last time.
We're still investigating that case, but I think some of the clues you gave us did help us quite a lot. Still haven't found that Martha woman, though.
Ooh, real stumper that.
So why do I find you at the scene of a crash?
I turn and point at the not the person carnage, but the breakfast carnage spilled over the diner. That was my dinner.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm going to have to ask you to clear out.
You got it.
Please stay nearby, though, just because this is a police scene, but I assume you were a witness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha. Anyone else hurt?
Is anyone else hurt?
No, the car hasn't hit anyone. Though I assume Father John still has a rip in his shoulder.
There's like that moment of eye contact between me and John, and I
May the Lord who
just
frees
like
you
looking
from
for you
sin
to
raise
either
you up.
volunteer something or say nothing.
He's just kind of like there praying, and he like holds up his hands and says, May the Lord who frees you from sin save you and raise you up. Amen.
Not that I know of.
He kind of bows as he's like still doing. He just finishes last rites on the body.
Thank you, Father. I assume this means that we have a death.
It's a damn shame. Don't know what the guy was doing, but he ain't walking away from this. Least I can do is put in a final good word, I guess.
Why don't the two of you go speak to my associate Quinn over there, and he can take care of things for the two of you while I look into this. Understood?
Sounds like a good idea. And at this point, he kind of takes off his coat and like puts it over his shoulder
Mm-hmm.
to try and hide the rip in the coat and his shirt.
Gotcha. With that, Das will give you a quick kind of watch yourself kind of look, Lexi, as the two of you move away and head towards Officer Quinn.
There's a very open shrug at that. Like, I made the car crash. Go fuck yourself.
As the two of you leave, you'll find Celine, who is herding guests and helping the owner of the diner. People seeing the police are still standing around, but they're slowly either moving back into stores or shuffling off. Now, excuse me, the two of you and you, ma'am, did you also see this accident happen?
Yes.
Yes, I watched this occur. May I have your name?
My name is Officer Quinn. I'm with the city police department.
Officer Quinn. Celine Caliburn.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Caliburn. This is the blonde-haired, corn-fed hunk that is Officer Quinn. He's a good cop, but he is a bit... He couldn't hurt a fly kind of person. But he's here trying to help as best as he can. Now tell me, Miss Caliburn, what exactly did you see here tonight?
I saw what appeared an out-of-control car, perhaps from a inebriated driver or someone who had lost control of the vehicle, careen down the street, and these wonderful people here attempt to clear its pathway, where it eventually careened into the side of the diner.
I see now, I see. And what did you do when the car stopped then, let's say?
I thanked the heavens that it didn't run anyone over.
Yeah, I was trying to get this group of people out of the way, and it's a miracle. It hit the curb and bounced away, but unfortunately hit the building. So, diner got hit, but luckily that was the worst of it.
Understood. Your name is?
Father John.
Thank you, Father, for your time. And last, didn't get your name.
You were in my bar the other week. Lexi Wojcicki.
Oh, yep. I remember it now. Lex. Yep, I know that my partner, Officer Doss, really does believe in you. And thank you for your assistance. Anything else that we missed?
Just the poor soul didn't make it, so no telling what happened really with him.
You might want to take a look around the victim's mouth. I didn't see much, but there was something going on with their lips.
Are you saying you entered the vehicle?
Well, I tried to open the door. Basically fell off the hinges.
Interesting. Okay, understood. And
After the crowd was safe, it looked like Lexi ran over to check on the driver, but well, you see what she saw and what I saw.
Understood. And with that, he ushers you out of the police scene, and they start to close up the scene.
As soon as they walk away, I will turn to Lexi and Job. It's a little odd that this happened while we were all... Where's Ami? I expect she's probably close by.
I think she's closing up tonight. I texted her to meet us, but she said she was busy until, well, probably around now.
What was wrong with the lips, Lexi?
Charring. I didn't get a chance to look at it more closely.
Charring? Not like blistering, but char?
Proper? Not blistering, but char?
Not burns, but like something was eating away at the skin, let's say.
Like flesh-eating bacteria.
See? Flesh-eating bacteria that burns, okay. And is that perhaps what killed him?
You know what, Lexi? What was that sort of criminal tag you have in your character sheet?
I have a handful. I have organized crime, guns and bludgeons, and eye for detail. Those are my criminal-leaning ones, and police procedures.
Gotcha. Let's say...
Would we also get our crew theme, catch over like details?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh.
So remember that you have a crew theme, and you can use it whenever you need to. Between the two or three of you, one of you will have the sudden realization that maybe it was poison.
I assume that you're just like you're just.
I'm like running
yeah,
through.
like just like okay, because I'm gonna respond to that as if you said that and just poison. Okay, that's quite a heavy, severe poison to cause that kind of reaction. Do we know who the driver was?
Yeah, I got a name, but there's definitely something. I'm kind of getting in close and like being very quiet, so only just the two of us, like the three of us all together here. Yeah, there's definitely something ain't normal about what happened back there. There's a little something beyond the veil. I can't put my finger on it, but it was very malicious.
You gotta look in his wallet, right?
Yeah, I got a name. It's David Nguyen.
Hey, Celine. I believe you have a power tag that is specifically like you know everyone.
I mean, I was just gonna assume that if Ami knows someone with the last name of Wynn, I would also know I'm assuming that these people are related.
You definitely know the Wynn family. You know Teresa Wynn, who is the CEO of Wynn Investment Enterprises. Teresa is incredibly wealthy, and so are her children.
David Wynn. I know the family.
Yeah, he was pretty fancy dressed, so I'd assume.
Wynn
that'd be-
Investment Enterprises. They run it. Teresa is the CEO.
But how you have been in the hospital for a couple of weeks, and you're just getting back into your normal life. How into the gossip are you?
Well, I just had sushi and my first night kind of back out meeting with people, so I assume I am caught up on the biggest items.
Gotcha. Then let's say you probably have heard that Wynn Investment Enterprises has had a bit of an unlucky streak lately, between affairs and controversies and financial mishaps in the business. You know they're not doing too well.
I feel like I would also be tracking their actual stock prices, so...
Let's say it looks like a very, very dangerous roller coaster right now.
Yep.
But you also
They're
would...
currently undergoing rough times. We should probably see if we can get in touch with Teresa.
Well, you probably should just leave the scene at this point. As the second time your cop friends have shown up or been involved, in which we were involved there, Lexi, so...
Not friends. Not friends. And I think at that point, Lexi, shrugs in a direction of, her shitty little beater of a car.
Okay.
And anybody who's going to ride with me somewhere is going to ride with me somewhere.
Lexi, are you going to use your last clue before we go? I think you also had one more, John.
Yeah. He unless Lexi wants to go first, since you asked.
If you've got one, go for it.
I'm going to use my last one just to kind of overhear the cops and kind of hear what their take on it is at this point.
Sure. Let's see.
Like if they just assume drunk driving or whatever.
Let's see. Okay. So it's been enough time that Officer Das has looked through the car and has probably found some of the same things you did: the burned lips, the wallet with his name on it, and among other things. She is waiting for some other investigative police officers to assist, but she has a gist and has started to join Quinn in interviewing some of the onlookers. And you hear as she speaks to the owner of the diner. And you wait on the sidelines and you just overhear as she says, "Now, tell me, do you happen to know the victim?" And I know it's a bit of a stretch. And the bar owner looks over and says, "Yeah, actually, yes, I do. He comes in, I would say he comes in not very often, but a lot more recently. He's come in quite a lot to the diner, actually. And a few weeks ago, I think he was here with a very young girl, a French girl, one of she flies in the plane. She's a stewardess of some sort, and that's the last. I mean, I haven't seen her since, but I have seen him in here quite a few times after that. I don't rightly know his name, but I do recognize him. He's been here a few times, and that's what you'll get for your third clue.
In sort of a similar vein,
Go for it.
I want to rack my brain for any sort of street level, like working class gossip that might have involved him or his car in like the last couple of weeks. Is that reasonable?
Sure. Let me see. So you're saying street level, like gossip, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Like, has he been seen hanging around a certain spot? Like, did our neighborhood watch see him a bunch, or did like one of the toughs from my dad's gang talk about him?
I would say word on him, especially from your part of town, is scarce, let's say. Nothing with the car. He definitely hasn't been around your neighborhood. But from what you picked up from overhearing the cops, you know he's been here a lot. Probably also been to Shinobi Sushi because it's very upscale. And let's say you've heard just the tiniest inkling of someone who was really into the like trashy gossip magazines, the like 40 under 40 top eligible bachelors. David Wynn is a high-flying executive at Orimaka Finance. He seems almost mythically good at closing a deal, and you know he is single, and I think that's the best you know. You've heard someone in your bar gaga over how pretty David Wynn is, and hearing that he is still single. That's just something you overheard in the bar.
Teenagers with like the gossip magazine open, and I'm like, no, do not reach over the bar. You get your cranberry juice and you stay there.
Okay, that works. Unless anyone else has anything they'd like to do here, I think that closes up on this scene.
I think as we're about to leave, I think I'm going to get right with Lexi. I'm going to pass by Celine like, Celine, it's good to see you up and about. I was worried for you.
I mean, technically, I've been up and about for a while now, though the doctors insisted I stay at the manor, but thank you. It's appreciated.
I haven't seen you in about a month, but glad you're doing okay.
Is Martha well?
Yeah, she's all right.
It's good to hear.
So, do you need a lift or?
Yeah,
Yes, I'll call James and let him know that I will not be needing a ride home from sushi. I'm sure my associates will understand. We can go in your car, Lexi.
Great.
I think I'll give Ami a call. Let her know something happened. Something's up.
As the three of you are getting into the car, one of you, I would say Lexi, because she's probably the most aware of it, you see a flash from the distance.
There's just that like moment of like, what the fuck? And she chalks it up to police cameras.
Okay, you get in the car, and we fade on this scene. So, I think we should do a move we have not yet used in this series yet. It is called Downtime or Montage. So we'll have a quick montage as the three of you disappear from the scene. Whenever your character has some downtime, choose one way to spend it. Give attention to one of your logos, work the case, explore your mythos, prepare for your next activity, or recover from your last activity. If you have your player moves up, it is on the second page. It is called Montage Downtime. Let me know if any of you want to do any of the following.
I think that would depend on whether or not Ami joins us. And if we're able to discuss the events, but I would probably lean towards work the case.
Gotcha. We can include that in the scene there. We see as the three of you, one of you calls up Ami and explains what happened, and we skip the part where you re-explain things to her. And where did the four of you meet?
I assume the mayor? Since Lexi was driving, or we could go to the church, either.
Yeah. We could be in the mirror.
So you arrive at the Mere in the docks part of town, and the four of you together again start discussing what you saw at the crash.
Ami, do you share your moment that you experienced?
Yes. As you guys shared yours, she probably would be like, oh no. You know, like listening and kind of just for a second, like taking in what you're saying. And yeah, so while that was all happening, and what sounds like pretty much at the exact same time, his kid was in my coffee shop.
You might know it's not his kid.
Not his kid, just kidding.
It's his sister.
It's his sister.
His kid's sister.
His kid's sister.
He's also in his early 30s, so I don't know if he's a kid, but that is for most of you, he's a kid. I forget, you're all in your 50s.
Except for me.
Boomers.
So she would say, like, at that exact same time, his sister was actually in the coffee shop, and get this, like, and she'll kind of, like, look to Celine with, like, kind of a little bit of a, more of a grin than normal. Her Amex was declined. Her, like, black card was declined. So.
It makes sense. Her mother's company has been struggling lately. Fortunately, I was able to sell before most of the drop.
Lexi leans towards John. Your card gets declined sometimes too, right?
I don't spend that much money. I got quite to say. The judge takes care of my apartment, and I eat cheap. So the only thing I got to worry about is my phone bill.
Yeah,
and
mine neither. Mine neither.
And he says this while he goes into Lexi's back room and like opens up the coat closet where he's stashed a couple extra coats of his, and like tosses his old one in a pile. Like there's one that has like a knife wound in it. There's one that has like bullet holes in it. And he takes it off and tosses it in a pile and puts on a new one. It's like I'm really glad I kept those here just in case.
And so, Ami will go to explain what she saw in her vision, as well as the run-in with Kim. And did Kim give me one of her cards? Or did I just write my info on the back of a card?
I think we said in your prologue that you, in fact, probably noted the number or wrote it down yourself. So you do have it if you need to access it.
And I'll just kind of like fold it up, and I mean I can get in touch with her, but I think
Might be
maybe
a
we
bit
should.
soon.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe let the cops do that first, you know.
Yeah.
I could do some poking around with the company that David worked at.
I think
Yeah.
If there was anyone there that perhaps would want to poison him.
I got some notes back at the in my office at the church. I was getting a very malicious vibe from that whole scene, and I've been around enough. I've got some notes of like weird vibes I've gotten like that before, so I might go and just see if maybe something kind of pops up from the notes I took.
I was gonna sit down, and she kind of like shows off her messenger bag. I brought my laptop again since you guys insist on coming here. I'll just need the.
I mean, we could always go to your place. It's been a while since I've seen your grandmother.
And at that, she'll go, nah, here's fine.
Alright.
And
All right.
she'll kind of like sit down as close to the, router as possible, bringing out her own connect cord, like her own Ethernet cord, the whole 9 yards, like to completely outfit herself with a semi-decent connection to the internet so she can kind of do some digging. And she'll kind of just like, yeah, I was gonna check on Kim, do a little digging on the family. I was also gonna do a bit of digging, I guess, because I saw this all happen as it was happening. I'm wondering if this is part of my thing, only I don't get a fucking cool bracelet or whatever.
Not everyone
She's
can
just
be
gonna-
so fortunate.
She's just gonna start furiously typing in
Okay. We'll do.
passwords.
Yes,
DM
Celine?
for my montage work the case thing, I will be contacting someone within my business, someone in charge of the acquisitions department, to just have them do a quick rundown on the company that both Teresa and David work at.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much as if I'm actually going to acquire the company, but I'm sure they have certain points that they look at, things that they assess, things like that, when you're trying to set up a proposal to see if it's even possible or a good idea to attempt to acquire another company.
Gotcha.
Just so that I can get kind of like the inside scoop on everything that's going on at those companies.
Sounds good.
Um,
Anyone else? What are you doing?
Good.
I'm gonna keep it vague, and I'm just gonna prepare for the next activity. I think we get shots of Lexi putting on her nicest jacket, leaving her like lighter on the table, but making sure that her case of cigarettes is full, and like just generally being presentable and making sure that she has vague yet unnamed things in her trunk.
Gotcha. Ami, what are you doing?
I am definitely clicking around, doing some digging on Kim and her brother, and definitely trying to figure out more of my mythos stuff.
Gotcha. And Job.
So at this point, I think Job has left. Now he's come back.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got his bag that he has his notes in, like his special bag. It's actually a similar bag to what the priest had in The Exorcist when he shows up, that he kind of keeps tucked away. But this has all of his notes that's dealing more past the veil and more like Job getting into that. Because the way that John sees it is his powers are from heaven, and because of that, there are things that he's encountered that are, as he puts it, from hell. And so he's taking down notes. He's got like pictures and stuff of like certain things that he's kind of encountered, like small time stuff that he's encountered along the way in the last few years that he's actually been dealing with the veil. And so I think he's going to be doing some like searching with that. So I think that's going to involve explore your mythos, and he's going to like focus on like his past and like the times that he's gotten those vibes of maliciousness, and see if there's any kind of connection that he's gotten from that.
Gotcha. We will resolve all of these things when we get back from a short break, so join us in about 5 minutes. See you soon. Hello, and welcome back to Madness Calls It Forth. I am your Game Master, Proper Nerdy, and we are back with our crew of adventurers. When we last left them, the four were taking some downtime to continue their investigations. I am going to start. Who am I going to start with? I'm going to start with Lexi. You know what? No. I'm going to let Lexi choose afterward. Celine, I'm going to go with you first. As your downtime montage move, you chose to work the case. Tell everyone at the table how you do it and gain 3 clues with the method and source based on your description. Shortly, could you re-describe for our audience what it is you're doing?
Yeah, so I would contact someone within my acquisitions department to have them do a rundown on both companies for me, both Teresa's company and the company that David worked at, just to kind of go over all the different pain points of the company, do the usual expose on them, identify weaknesses, other problems, things of that nature. I would also probably call up an acquaintance. She would probably call us friends, but I very much consider her an acquaintance. Her name is Celeste, and she works with me very closely with a lot of our philanthropic type of endeavors, but she is an incurable gossip. And I would just, mention casually that I had gone out with Sushi the other night and heard some rumors about the winds and what's going on, and just kind of let her talk.
Love it. You get 3 clues. You can use 1-to-1 to ask me specific questions about the case. So do you have those prepared?
I do not have them prepared. I thought you would just give them to me, so I don't have them prepared.
I will give you information based on what you ask me. If you want to take some time, we'll go over what's coming up.
Let me think and go around.
Okay. Ami, you chose in your downtime to give attention or explore one of your mythos. Tell everyone at the table which mystery you explore and how do you do it. You gain 1 clue with a method and source based on your description. You also get to mark attention on that mystery's theme.
I'm muted. So I guess she would like to be exploring why she saw flashes of what was happening, like, kind of present, because she's used to maybe past or, like, blips of, like, other things that either, kind of like in the last experience, having it of, like, if she doesn't veer right, this happens, if she veers, so, like, this is kind of a new experience for her. So I would say, the expanding her senses.
Gotcha. And how are you expanding your senses?
I would probably be spending a lot of time Googling. And
as we know from all Monster of the Week shows, Googling will always bring you to an appropriate website.
Always. And not just that, but kind of trying to find, like, old mythological I would say like a museum or somewhere that she could visit, like in person, face to face, by like emailing various curators, like, hey, do you have anything on this? You know, what does this look like? Just kind of like seeing what's out in the city that she can go see. You know.
Interesting. So I'm going to wing this because I just had a sudden idea and I want to see where it goes. You are most in tune with your mythos. You have had it for quite some time, and it has certainly helped in many occasions. You know that you have in the past had flashes of either, as you said, things that have been here before, or flashes of other parts of the city, of what's happening at this exact time. You have perfect spatial awareness, and therefore are able to sense things almost before they happen. You've also had disturbing flashes of something coming that you have labeled the riot, something that tears down the city in the future. And whenever you have these strange visions, they're always terrifying. And so as you explore more into this side of you, you have a sort of realization. Mercury, messenger god, trickster god, kind of dual sides of helpful and hurtful. But somewhere in your searching, you find a eerie old, almost GeoCities type website of mystics and seers and people who can look into the future, read palms and crystal balls and that sort. And what you find, I'm supposed to ask you for a clue, and I'm going to answer this question, but your question was, you kind of gave me a question. As you're searching, a line jumps out at you. Sometimes the visions we receive are a way of asking for help. That the people in our lives want us to see something so that you can change it moving forward. Even if they don't believe they are sensitive, even if they believe they don't want your help, sometimes the visions we see are here so you can affect your future. Your fate is not sealed. And with that, the website, just as it did before, flickers, and suddenly you lose connection to the internet.
Ami is going to slam her laptop shut, immediately look at Lexi, and go, I'm really confused why we're doing this here. I can't with this internet here.
Should I go and should I get the motor? And she goes over to the Wi-Fi modem and slaps it a couple times.
Okay. All right. Don't hit it. It's fine. And she, like, Ami's gonna, like, jot that down in the same notebook and just kind of, in her tech mind, seethe uncomfortably as, like, the things that she knows should work are not working, and that probably beyond even just the internet here, but she just needs to find something to blame.
How much do you know about, how much does Ami know about the mist?
I mean, I would assume probably enough to like navigate her way through like what she's experiencing, but not necessarily like what other people are experiencing. So like her picking up on Celine's experience was like, oh, hey, you do this too? Wild, huh? Right? That's fucking weird. Like, but she wouldn't be actively seeking out information specifically on it, thinking that like, oh, there's a connection there.
Gotcha. But yes, this is something you've experienced before. Just when you think you have answers, the mist seems to hide things. It likes its secrets, and the mist tries to cover its tracks. But as a rift, you have some sway in the way the mist works. You can't control it, but it doesn't completely control you. Now, moving on. Job. I do believe, if I got this correct, you also wanted to explore your mythos.
Yes. I think early on in his career as a priest, as he was starting to like pierce the veil of the mist, he began to think and still continues to think that it's a gift from God and possibly means that other things exist. So he's like spent a lot of research, like as much as he is a priest, like in your friendly average neighborhood parishioner, he has also looked into like more of the in-depth information. I think he's actually like researched like the rites of exorcism and that kind of side of Catholicism to try and like get a better understanding. And so when he felt that malicious kind of energy, I think that's kind of something that like I think one of the things he pulls out like in his notes is an old just like an old notebook that he had that has like the notes and stuff he's written about like evil spirits and whatnot.
Gotcha. So, ask me a question.
What kind of what kind of malicious power could have affected someone either by poisoning them or just like direct influence could have, like, is there anything that he knows of in his past experience of any kind of power rift that might have been able to cause such a thing to happen, to cause someone to completely lose control? And
okay, and which mystery is this for?
What do you mean, which mystery?
I guess it's what is the purpose of my suffering? So when you explore your mythos, you tell everyone at the table which mystery you explore, which you only have the one, and how you do it.
So he's
this works well.
Like figuring, was he put here to be like to fight against whatever this is, or is he just here to suffer?
Well, that's here for you to figure out.
Right.
However, in your research, you go back through your paperwork. Can I assume, please, that you would go back to your apartment and grab your research, or how did you get this?
Yeah, he actually has it at the church, so
Gotcha.
Which isn't too far. So as everyone is getting together, he went to go get it. And like I said, it was just because he loves movies, he actually got like basically a replica of the same bag that the priest and the exorcist had.
Gotcha.
So that's where he. That's
so
where
you
he
have your bag of stuff that you got from, and you're going through it. Gotcha.
That's where he keeps his special stuff.
Cool. As you're going through, you are pondering your existence, and you go page after page after page of all of your research into your curse, let's say. And something strikes you as you this is a thought that hits you as you are throwing all your stuff into your bag, and you happen to bump into Martha in the hall. She's staying with you at the church. And as she turns a corner and disappears, you think about her case a little bit. And again, when you get back to the bar and you start thinking about that again, you have a feeling that someone is trying to hurt Riffs. In that someone messed with Martha Ellis. Someone pushed her to consume, to sing, to use her powers for evil. And you've gotten glimpses of that through your conversations with her in the past few weeks. And so as you're researching, you think, what if it's a rift that wants to hurt other rifts? What could cause that kind of anguish? And I will tell you that you feel both a little scared and a little more prepared. Because if someone is targeting rifts, you could be next. But also because of the powers that Rifthood has given you, you may be more equipped to deal with it now that you've had that realization. Okay, Celine, you've had your time to think.
I've had my time. So, I had reached out to Carl Gordon Jenkins over in Legal and Compliance and asked him to assemble an M&A, merger and acquisitions, due diligence rundown on these companies.
Okay.
Which collect accurate, wide-ranging information on the target companies.
Gotcha.
Which includes but is not limited to documents regarding taxes, strategic fit, intellectual property material, assets, contracts, members, litigation that's currently open regarding the company, all that sort of stuff. Prior sale efforts, business plans, not only the most recent business plan, but the last few years of business plans, market reviews.
Are you just reading this from a Google list right now?
I did some mad dash Googling, and I now know all about mergers and acquisitions from my 5 minutes of Google foo.
Hey, Luca, I'm proud of you. Okay. You have
also,
3 clues.
Talking with Celeste.
Mm-hmm. Let's start before Celeste. Let's talk about business things. What's your first question?
I want to know all the companies that are tied to these companies. All the business dealings that these companies have.
You're gonna make me come up with some business names? Okay.
Well, I mostly... You know what?
I'll give you the deets.
I mostly am looking for things that I would recognize or that would stand out as more so that I don't recognize, which I feel like would be the real thing for me because I know this town. I basically own this town. So if there's like a company that these companies are dealing with or have contracts with that I don't recognize, I feel like if anything, that's more of a marker to me.
Great. So what I will say, I'm sorry, I don't have any other companies that's related to this case. However, I will give you some solid leads into what you are researching.
Okay.
The basics. You know, CEO Teresa Wynn owns Wynn Investment Enterprises. They have owned or invested in many companies all across the city. And so some big names stick out to you. They currently own Orimaka Finance, which is where David worked.
How do I spell it? I tried to write it earlier and I couldn't.
Orimaka. They don't. Well, they invested in Orimaka Finance, and that's probably how David got into the business. In the past, they have owned Helix Labs. You do find an article of a major accident at Helix Labs, after which they hastily sold it off to another company. You find a string of failed businesses, all owned or co-owned by Kimberly Wynn. All of them failed, or at least made very minimal money, and have since closed.
How many times did she try to get her realtor's license?
At least once, I'd say. But all of those enterprises have failed. However, you also find one juicy bit of detail, juicy details. You find that CFO Alfred Wynn, the husband of Teresa and father of both David and Kimberly, is under investigation for embezzlement. He has been taking money out of the company and using it to, let's say, bankroll Kimberly.
Okay.
And because of that, more than just Alfred's many affairs and shoddy business practices, let's say, that's probably the start of the problems at Wynn Investment Enterprises.
Okay.
Question number 2.
Yes. What does my research with Orimaka Finance turn up about David?
David is exceptional. He can take down giants, and through his hard work, I'm sorry, Chris, he just did the head nod. He has worked his ass off. He's not just a wealthy daddy's boy or mommy's boy, I guess. He is actually exceptional at what he does. And so he has rose quickly through the ranks at Orimaka Finance and is doing exceptionally well for himself.
Okay, so other than the failed nepotism that's just slowly destroying Wynn Investment Enterprises, David actually went over to another company that still has ties, but meanwhile he actually has work ethic and skill.
That's correct.
Okay. My next question, I guess, is for Celeste.
Yep. Your gossip friend, I do believe you said.
Yes. She just keeps tabs, like she is a spider on a web, you know,
Gotcha.
in terms of city gossip. And I am just going to be checking in with her because she will know all about the rumors of their financial situations and the sex and relationships that's going on with the family. But most importantly, she will know notable stories about who saw who doing what. And did you hear that they saw this one leaving here and they looked like they were in a huff, kind of sort of stories.
Okay. Sorry, my players during intermission were looking at my website. Someone just searched Win Enterprises on LinkedIn. I did not
We're
go.
in it now,
I did
okay?
not go that far, but I should have.
I am
Listen,
in the game
proper. We are like, we're here for it. So
You're doing good work.
I will not
this is
underestimate
Mayor.
Proctor
Can you
anymore.
describe Celeste to me? Because I have an idea of what she sounds like, but I want to make sure it's what you see her as.
She has hair. It's blonde.
Wait, she has hair? She has hair?
It's kind of a short bob with big, large, like loose curls, but it's very much. It looks like third day hair, all the time because of how much she has kept it dyed. She's not really giving it any sort of reset time. She's got very dark circles under her eyes, but a lot of bright makeup to kind of distract from her kind of sallow, harsh features as she just sits by, the phone and like chain smokes, drinking coffee and like talking to everyone all day.
We'll see if I can do this accent. One last question. How do you know Celeste?
Well, she runs in the same circles as I do, running a lot of philanthropic activities.
Those
She likes
syllables
to
are
keep
quite
her-
hard, aren't they?
The labels. She likes to keep her fingers in the pie, so to speak. So she's very involved. She's
Chrissy
quite
and I
the,
hate
social
that euphemism.
climber.
Chrissy and I hate that phrase.
I did too, but I didn't know what else to say.
Okay.
But she's very much a social climber and keeps like very involved.
Do you
in
give her a call?
events. Oh, I absolutely give her a call.
Oh, Celine, darling. Celine, what can I do for you, Celine? Oh, baby, please. What can I do? She's turned British. She's not British, I guess. I wasn't going for British, but it's gotten
She's
there.
probably one of those people that when she travels or watches a show that she gets really into, she suddenly has that accent, because that one time she spent the summer abroad and just changed her life.
I was going for Jersey, I think, and it did not get there. Anyway,
No, I love it.
Celine, darling, what can I do for you?
Hi, Celeste. I just came across the most horrible situation. Poor David Wynn has died.
David Wynn! Oh, no,
was
baby, no,
telling me-
please don't tell me.
I know, sweetie. I know. But listen, your prince will come. Or
Oh.
princess, you don't know.
Oh, he was gorgeous. Let me tell you, gorgeous.
He was quite the hard worker, it looks like, though there were all sorts of rumors about his mother's company. What is going on with that family?
Oh, darling, let me tell you. Let
Please
me
do.
tell you the deets. Now, I don't know what was going on with them, with the family, but I heard the juiciest tidbit about that David boy. Yeah, now, I'm gonna make my voice hoarse again, so it sounds like I'm a smoker. And I'm not gonna do this whole voice because it's a lot.
Proper, just say, I used to be a dancer, but now I ush.
I knew the dance when I was in the front. That's a joke for your theater nerds. So, after many tangential stories, she tells you about some gossip she heard while actually in Shinobi Sushi. She said that she had spoken to some pretty young girl with a Air France uniform. And you would not believe the story that she told. The poor girl came back for a date with the one, the only, David Wynn. And from that moment, Celeste was hooked in this story. And as the girl reports it, they started dinner at the diner. And she assumed, he would go bring her somewhere else. But as soon as David got there, he became transfixed with another lady in the diner. some regular woman that neither the girl at the sushi place or that Celeste knows. But as the girl puts it, the entire date was a wreck because David could not keep his eyes off of this other woman. Even when the girl mentioned that she was taken for, or she was spoken for, that she was with someone, her wife probably, David could not leave well enough alone, and even went over to try to talk to her and flirt with her instead of the young girl that Celeste had spoken to. They had never had a date after that, and she has not heard from David, but Celeste drank up the gossip about David's new thing that he was interested in.
Quite the wandering eye. It's very scandalous.
Now you call anytime there, darling. You call me
It's wonderful.
anytime, darling, anytime. You and I, we should go out for coffee sometime. You know, there's that very cute place down in Old Town. You know the one, I'm sure. And we should go sometime. Now I gotta go. I gotta wash my soaps. You know, understand? Of course.
Of course. Enjoy your stories, Celeste. I'll talk to you soon, dear. Mwah.
Click. Excellent. And I believe that is all three of your clues.
Yes.
And
I, of course, will pass this on to my friends here.
Speaking of which, last but not least, for a very long montage scene, Lexi, how are you preparing?
Yeah, so it's various shots of like Lexi getting ready in ways that are going to be vague for now, but like putting things in her car in duffel bags. She intentionally has a case full of cigarettes, but no lighter on her. She puts on her, like, she has a closet full of rumpled suits, but she picks the least rumpled one.
Okay.
Yeah, just like generally being ready to talk and or fight as need be.
So what I'd say we're going to do is, so when you use this, prepare for your next activity, you either recover all your burnt power tags, which you have none, or you gain 3 juice with a method based on your description. So I'm going to say I'll give you 3 juice, which allows you to do any of the things and change the game based on you prepping things and putting them in your bag. So at any time in the rest of the case, you can use that juice to do one of the things and change the game based on things you bring with you along with the rest of the case. Understood?
Great.
Okay. Since you say you want to keep it kind of loose, I'll let you keep it loose. I won't ask you exactly what you're putting in your bag, but you have 3 juice to use for those items. Okay?
Yeah.
You can rechange the game. It lets you add story tags and whatnot, which will help you later on down the road. Excellent. We cut from this scene, and time rewinds just a little bit. And when we do, we see... Gotta find the right music. We see Job as he bumps into Martha. We see another shot as he starts putting things in his bag. And then we jump to Job holding the bag in his hand and hurrying out of the church. Down the alleyway and towards the mirror. The fog has gotten pretty thick, and it's hard to see because it's getting late. However, you see Martha Ellis in the fog behind you. And as you turn, she holds something out to you and then drops it. And by the time you slowly come back to where Martha was, she's gone. But on the ground, you find a key card for a very expensive condo complex uptown.
Oh. That's ominous. I guess we'll talk later. And I'll pick it up and I'll put my shirt, my coat pocket. Then I'll head out.
With that, we close up at the Mere, where the four of you have finished your prep work and have discussed all that you have discovered in the past 20 to 30 minutes. What is your plan of attack?
Did anybody end up getting David's address?
I would assume that I have access to that from just the business search.
Okay.
You think it might be some
yes,
kind
I
of...
have it, though. I'm more interested in this stewardess.
Let me ask, that address, does it lead to some kind of upscale condo, probably with good security?
Yes.
Because I happened to come into contact with this key card.
Well, should we check it out?
Is there a name for the condo on it, or?
It probably does. I didn't think to make one. But yeah. It has the
Does it
same
seem-
condo complex that
Okay.
Celine could tell you is where David lived.
Okay.
It's been a while, so there might be a few cops there already. But you do have access to the building, it seems.
All right. Are they...
Celine, you said you were more interested in talking to the stewardess. I think it would be good to poke around. It sounds like he spent a good deal of time in that sushi bar and that diner.
Yes, I'm just curious who she was, if she has any more information, who this other woman was that he became transfixed with, or if that's something more on him. You know, the last person that we came in contact with, around which such interesting events transpired, ended up being Martha, who was very similar to us. So I can't help but think maybe this is happening again.
No, it's interesting you say that, because that's where I got the key card.
From Martha.
She hasn't really opened up too much about what she had to go through and what she was dealing with before with the whatever this shrink is.
The therapist that isn't real.
But either way, as I was leaving, she dropped this off without saying anything. So, frankly, this is all getting to be a little bit too much falling into place to be a coincidence, if you ask me. This is the David, if he is what we think he is, this is the second one of us, like us, that's had something happen to them or been involved with something like this. So,
Okay.
if you ask me, I
Well-
think someone's out there trying to hurt riffs like us, which
So,
means
do we
that
think David was like us? Or that the stewardess, or this other woman was? Or someone else entirely?
You said it yourself. He's had amazing luck with every business that he's touched.
a little too good at his job.
Well, let's check out the key card first, I guess. Perhaps there's something in his flat that we could find that would lead us to something else? Show us where we need to go next?
Let's see if he's got a day planner with any mentions of talking to some head doctor.
We could also just do this separately. I guess if the cops have seen you guys now at the crime scene, and then we show up at his apartment, I mean, they haven't seen me yet. So...
Do you want backup, or are you gonna go it alone?
I figured,
I just want to say, if someone out there is targeting rifts, that also means we got targets on our backs. So if we are gonna break up, we need someone there to keep an eye on our backs, you know?
We should probably at least go in pairs, if nothing else.
yeah, I'd say, Father, at the minimum, you could probably be giving spiritual guidance for the deceased's family.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds about right.
We can stop and get them some donuts or something on the way.
We'll figure something out.
So, I guess that means the two of us are gonna go check out the bar.
Yes. Just the two of us.
If I could, I didn't get my pancakes. Something happened. If you could get me like a lobster roll or like one of those crunch, whatever, with the things with the crunchy bits, one of those, you know, it's got the shrimp tail, it's got the crunchy bits. You hold the cucumber. It makes me burpy. But if you could.
But you want crunchy shrimp tail lobster pancakes.
No, the roll.
Sushi.
You're going to a sushi place.
Right?
Yeah, if you're going to a sushi place, get me one of them crunchy rolls that has the lobster or the crabby things. I don't know what they're called, but they got the crunchy bits.
Well, absolutely.
It's
yeah,
got eel
tempura.
sauce. I know they got eel sauce. Get me something that has the eel sauce and the crunchy bits. I'm good.
Of course.
Thank you.
It's very good to know that Job is allergic to cucumber, so I'm sure I'll be writing that one down in my notebook.
Not allergic. It just it gives me the burps. It makes me burpy. You know, I tell people I'm allergic, so I make sure they don't put it in. But I'm not allergic. It just makes me burpy.
I love that you said that in character, which means that Job just inexplicably decided to explain why he didn't like cucumber.
There was an awkward silence, and he had to fill it.
Excellent.
I mean, it is a bunch of 50-year-olds. I feel like we just overshare.
Cool.
So right before he and I leave, I'm going to walk over to Lexi and slide Lexi like whatever tips I made from the coffee shop and be like, from the young queer to the elder queer, like maybe get her a glass of wine first. I don't know, just an idea, like a nice bottle of wine, like go like a step or two above what we normally would do here.
I am very busy putting on my coat.
And then I'm just going to turn around
At just
and
the
walk
wrong
away.
time, Luca, Celine's coat will be, like, the sleeve will be inside out. So it takes even longer for her to put it on.
Struggling with it, just trying to look smooth.
I'm older than you. I know.
Just saying, times they are a changing. And then she'll just walk out.
I love that Ami has no fucks to give. Anyway, I'm going to start with the crew going to the sushi restaurant.
Okay.
The two of you arrive at the sushi restaurant. There is yellow tape going around the corner near the diner. When you arrive there, you can see the owner of the diner helping sweep up inside the shop now that the cops have let it go, but there's still someone guarding on the street. Thankfully, not a lot of the other businesses were damaged in the crash, so Shinobi Sushi is up and running. There is a line of people in there. It is very busy with people who are madly gossiping away. Also, under a blue lit sign, Shinobi Sushi looks like the place for people who are trying too hard to be seen. Both places seem packed. Shinobi Sushi is packed. The other is not so much. So you're sure someone around here might have heard or seen something. What did the two of you do? I'll give the spotlight to Lexi first.
So my first question is, how busy are the servers right now?
They're busy. They're moving in and out and serving people back and forth and back and forth. You can see 3 or 4 people who are in the lobby waiting to be seated.
I am gonna listen. I'm gonna go around to the back of the building, like the service entrance, and I'm just gonna look to catch somebody who is on their break.
Sure. You see a tall, skinny guy with dark hair leaning against the back of the building, smoking a cigarette.
Hey, you got a light?
Yeah, sure.
Can't leave the house without almost forgetting my head these days. Thanks so much.
Yeah, sure.
Say, you work here?
Shinobi Sushi, yeah.
I have a friend who came around here all the time. David. You ever serve David?
He eyes you up and down and says, You talking about David and Wynn?
Yeah.
You knew David Wynn.
Well, it was through a friend of a friend, and we kind of brushed elbows at, like a charity event. Not mine, but
Yeah, I mean, he came in here every so often.
Funny. It's just, I heard about and she kind of gestures over at the car accident. I hear they're pinning it on like a DUI.
You saying that David was in that car accident?
Did you not hear that?
I mean, it happened only like an hour ago.
What? It's time.
It's dinner rush. What did you expect?
Well, that's what I've been hearing out in the. That's what I heard from somebody gossiping around front.
Well,
sports car like that, not that many people can afford that kind of horsepower,
The dude was loaded.
Absolutely.
He came in here a lot in the last couple of weeks. Definitely snubbed me on the tip a few times, but he seemed to be following someone around.
Following someone? Like a regular that came in?
Yeah, oh god, what are they? This big, brawny woman and a smaller, petite girl. I think they're a couple, maybe. They come in, once or twice a week.
Hmm.
I think they said they might live nearby or something.
That makes sense. Do you know what they look like any more than that?
2 white women. One of them is, as I said, pretty tall, and she's always got like dirt on her or something. She kind of the flannel and khaki route. big boots, which you don't see very often in a place like this. But the other one, plain, I guess, just long dark hair.
Plain. Plain. It's always funny when somebody calls somebody plain. Like, they're so extraordinarily not extraordinary. Isn't that funny how people talk like that?
I mean, well, now that you're calling me out on it, I feel a little bit bad.
No, it's, you just, you see somebody, you think, oh, what do I know about them? And sometimes people just come up with plain. It's funny.
Well, I mean,
Anyway.
like, they were married, so it's not like I was like looking at them or anything.
No. But you work here. You notice people.
Yeah,
That's
I
all
noticed
I mean.
David being a creep whenever they came by.
And no good. Glad I didn't know him better, honestly.
Well, I got to go back
Anyway.
in for my shift.
Thanks for your help.
He snubs out his cigarette on the side of the building and chucks it in one of those little cigarette holder things and heads back into the kitchen. Celine, what are you doing out the front?
I am just going to ask if my friends had been in. They were David Wynn and his adorable little date. She's a stewardess.
They look at you quickly, can tell you are worth paying attention to, especially if it means a few bucks in their tip jar. And one of them points to a girl at the bar.
What does this girl look like?
She is very petite. She is wearing a red uniform, and she has a small suitcase at her side.
I am going to note to myself how odd it is that a stewardess on dates, out at sushi, wherever, is constantly in her uniform. And then I will go over and talk to her.
How do you approach a young girl that I have improperly set up, evidently?
Awkwardly with that setup. No, I'm gonna go up. Oh, hi. Are you flying out today? I see you have the suitcase.
Yeah, it's a busy time of year, obviously.
Of course.
Can I help you with something?
I was wondering if I could buy you a drink. I do have a table that they usually reserve for me that we could go sit at if you'd like.
She looks around a little confused. And you notice she seems a little nervous to have someone so wealthy, influential, deciding to choose to talk to her.
Okay, I will also note that as weird, considering that she supposedly dated David Wynn.
Well,
Most eligible, 40 under 40, you know.
you're not exactly her type, let's say.
Okay. Celine Caliburn. I don't know if you know of me, but I was just wondering if you might want to join me for a few rolls.
Sure, I guess I got to be back at the airport in a couple hours, but I can sit with you if you like.
Of course, and I'll just kind of signal, because I do come in here quite often, and I am sure that I have a preference on table that they keep available for me.
Oh yes, they find a way.
Once she's sitting down and she has ordered, because I assume someone would come over and ask, I will just sit back a little. I believe we had a friend in common. You knew David. Isn't that right?
Friend is a bit of a stretch. How do
True,
you...
But, wouldn't want to be unkind.
Am I seriously in the gossip magazines already?
Word travels fast in this town.
I went on one date with the guy.
Wasn't for you?
We matched on
world's
some...
most eligible bachelor wasn't your cup of tea.
Of course he was my cup of tea. He was the asshole. We matched on some dating site, Tinder probably. And he asked me out. I thought he was very charming. And then as soon as we got to the diner, all he wanted to do was look at some other woman.
Yes, men can be like that. Such wandering eyes.
I mean, she's probably in here just as much as I am. God, what is her name? Pauline, I think? Yeah, she's...
I don't think I know her.
Ooh, what did she do? A second. Pauline, she did something in construction, I think. Her and her wife were in here all the time, and David could not keep his eyes off of her. I told
Perhaps
him
they were
she's
just
married.
friends.
What?
Perhaps he knew her, if she's in here all the time.
Yeah, how often do you flirt with your friends? He didn't pay
I
me
guess not very often.
any attention, and I never heard from him after that. I don't know what it was.
Well, I am so sorry that you had such a poor date. Surely, I don't know. Unfortunately, I think I'm in a position to be the one to tell you this. David has since passed.
Passed? You mean he's dead?
Yes, there was a terrible collision. His car veered off the road.
Oh, God, why are you telling me that?
Well, I thought it was a little odd that I didn't mention it, and here we are. I am sorry you had to hear from me.
Sorry, I just realized I might have said a clue wrong. Who did I say he was pining after?
Pauline?
He was pining after Pauline's wife, Ellie. Just to
Ellie.
correct the record there.
Pauline and Ellie
Yep.
work in construction.
Pauline does, I think. I don't know what she does.
Okay. About this time, I am sure her rolls will arrive, and I will actually lean forward. I am so sorry. I forgot about a previous engagement. If you will excuse me, the rest of your meal and any drinks, of course, are on me. It was so lovely to meet you.
When you say the rest of her meal is on you, you see her nervousness go just a shade brighter.
Okay. No worries at all, of course. It's taken care of. Please sit and dine a while before you have to catch your flight. If you'll excuse me, and I will get up from the table and walk to find Lexi.
Before you do that, she does say, "Wait a second. I don't know why I'm telling.
Yes.
I don't know why I'm telling you this, but it seems. Well, with the fact that he's dead now, and I don't know, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Someone paid for my next month's rent if I chose to go to the diner first. And
First.
well, like, kind of like David, I expected him to bring me somewhere nicer than the diner. And so I just assumed, he would bring me somewhere else. But I got a note saying that if I suggested the diner, then they would take care of my rent. And 2 weeks ago, they paid off this month's rent.
That's very curious.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm
Thank you
telling you
for
that.
telling me.
Sorry, yeah.
Well, enjoy your meal, and a safe flight.
Okay, thanks. And with that, you walk out of the scene. Do you meet back up with Lexi?
Yeah, I will go find Lexi, and
Lexi's
relay all of that information.
Lexi's in the front, like insisting, no, I know Celine Caliburn. Just please
Lexi,
let me.
Yeah, she is with me. Thank you so much for keeping guard. I will say very facetiously at this person.
With that, they will let you in to speak to Celine.
I thank you. And I kind of start looking over the crowd to see if I can see who we now know are Pauline and Emmy.
Yeah, I'm going to pull you away for a little second and give you like a quick rundown of everything I just learned.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will, if we do not see these women here, I suggest we check out the diner. I don't know what that's about with the rent, or if it's some weird ploy to get David to come to the diner and like, oh, David eats here at the diner, or if there's something more sinister going on, but it's such an odd thing.
Yeah. Agreed. Are there, and she looks outside, are there any police there right now? Proper?
There's probably about one just kind of standing guard outside.
Okay. Well, you ready to go through the back?
Yes. Chrissy,
All
calm
right.
down.
I didn't even say the word back door, Chrissy. Come on.
It was assumed.
Speaking of back doors, let's switch over to our other scene as as Father John and Ami go to investigate the David's condo. So, how do the two of you approach?
I think before we get there, Ami, they're probably gonna have like security cameras and stuff up there for keeping an eye on people coming in and out. You think there's any way you might be able to like cause them not to work for about 5-10 minutes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's
You got a laptop with you, so.
well, let's bypass to my place real quick for that, since it's a little bit safer and a little bit more protected.
Okay.
So you bring Father John to your apartment?
Correct.
Is this the one you share with your grandmother? Or do you have your own?
I have my own. Grandma's in her own little brownstone.
Gotcha. Do you want to explain what your apartment looks like?
Yeah, it's kind of just a think like downtown above a shop sort of studio apartment, but this one's a little bit nicer because she doesn't pay for her own rent. So, you know, big tall windows, lots of exposed brick, very nice and fancy, but when you walk inside, she has probably not taken care of it the way that she should. And one of the rooms is like locked from the outside, so she has like a set of keys that she unlocks, and when she opens the door, kind of like looking back at John and being like, just don't break anything. Do you want me to put the TV on?
I'm not easily distracted. I'm not gonna touch anything.
Okay.
I don't wanna cause anything to short out or whatever. You don't have to worry about the old boomer messing something up. I'm okay.
All right. Do you want a snack? I think
I
there's.
would love a snack.
All right. Yeah, I have got a ton of stuff in the kitchen. And she's like, I'm going to take care of this real quick and be right back. And pop into her kind of like very dark computer room.
Mm-hmm.
That has like, probably 2 or 3 screens, some of them like facing up and down, not just like the normal way, and like, you know what I mean? Like
Got a couple of vertical monitors, couple curved monitors.
Things. Yeah,
lots of fun lights.
Yeah, things are flashing different color, And she's gonna sit down and try to hack into the security system of the apartments to disable the cameras, or at least to put them on a feed loop so that we can get there and have them not, pick us up for being there.
Oh, like that they did on Speed with the bus. They did the recording. Ah, I see. That's a smart one.
So, you hack into this unnamed condo complex security system. However, it is very, very complex. He can afford some of the best. So it is going to take a lot to try to override that. How do you want to do that?
I would probably attempt to using my power tags, my computers, and networking. Power tags?
Ami, I do have the security card. Is there anything you can scan in or use it to like... I don't know how security cards work, but maybe there's something on here that might help you to get into it. And because it's supposed to let you through security with this, so maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. So maybe some data mining off the guard.
I think, let's see. What I'm going to do, sneak around is a very loose term in this particular game, and it includes some of your like hacking abilities. I will let you override the security system if you get a good enough roll, and you can use that security card, the one that Job just gave you, as additional story tag. So add it as one of your power tags.
Check. Oops, I'm clicking shit. Oh no, there it is.
Ooh, big oops. Okay, let's see.
That's some
wow.
bullshit.
Wow. Do you want to
That's
explain
bullshit.
to our audience what you just rolled?
This is what I rolled was bullshit. I rolled a 6. So on a 6.
I could also tell you that if you want to burn a power tag for the rest of the investigation, you can make that a 12.
Yeah, which power tag could I burn?
I'd say make it one of the power tags you use to do this.
Also, you have a +2 from chat.
I mean, a +2 would help.
I didn't. Yeah, so I'll use my +2.
So that gives you an 8.
8, yes.
On a 7 to 9, it's complicated. Someone unimportant noticed you, but that just made them important, right? You are perceived only by a secondary sense, or you must leave something important behind or be discovered. I'm going to choose it, so I guess I can bring that up when it happens. So with a bit of finagling, you do get it to work, and for a second, you think that you've lost it, you've somehow screwed it up, and at the very last second, you get it to work. It's not quite perfect, but it does work.
I don't like it, but okay. Sure.
And with that, the scene fades, and we see you as you make it past security with your key card, and are able to make it up to the door to David's condo.
Yeah, so do you want to just try to talk to the family? I'm sure they're going to be here, like, if not now, pretty quick.
I just figured we get up there quick and then we get out there. We get out of there quick. If it's his condo, something in a day planner, some kind of recent notes,
yeah. Okay.
business cards.
Do we want to try to see if he's like us?
I mean, we could
Is
try
that what
it.
we're assuming?
Do you have anything that you can make a copy of, any kind of laptops or something that might be up there?
She like points to her messenger bag. Yeah, I could probably figure something out.
Yeah, I think just a quick in and out, grab what we can and get out. I don't know how long this thing you rigged up with the security cameras might last, so the quicker the better.
Yes. Yeah, because I'm not sure either. All right.
That moment when you suddenly think of the complication you want to put into this, and it's a good one.
So is this condo like a first floor condo, or is it like a high rise?
I'd say it's something closer to a high rise. He's probably on one of the upper floors with a very similar apartment to yours. Lots of glass and the finest everything.
Okay. We're gonna try to go as quickly as possible.
Okay. You use your keycard to get into the condo, and the door slips open. Thankfully, you see from the flashing light on the wall that the alarm system has been turned off. Inside David's condo.
Job is also, when we go in, or if we're both going inside, he's going to close the door and put the deadbolt on as well.
Yes. Yeah.
David Wynn sure looks like he lived like a king. This place is immaculate, cleaned obviously by professionals. There is art on the walls in slick black bookcases, a marble kitchen. And as you enter into this apartment, you hear someone in the other room.
Crap.
What do you do?
Job's going to make a motion to Ami, like, just, it's cut and run. We're done. We got to get out of here. Unless you want to look. I guess Job will try to sneak in and like try to see, maybe he could see who's in there.
Sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Ami would be like, no, we're here for a reason, and
Right.
definitely like in her head, whatever she's seen in movies, like belly crawl or whatever.
Can you both roll me sneak around? And we'll see how this goes for a second time.
Sure.
This time, you are obviously not sneaking around on the computers, so you'll have to use different power tags, so we'll see how that goes.
You can use any power tags, because I don't have anything helpful.
Cool. And
so just taking a risk, I'm going to do another.
you definitely have some Mythos power tags that would have worked fine. Yes, you. Let's see. I assume like act just before it happens. Perfect spatial awareness.
Oh, that one would have been good.
Yeah. I mean, it still only brings that up to a 9, so it's not going to be super helpful, but you got to think about all your power tags. Unfortunately, Father Jonathan Orville Buchanan is doing less well. We'll start with you, Ami.
If I use a +2 and get it to a 6, does that change anything?
No, it's still less than 7.
Yeah.
Ami, you slink into the next room. And who do you find there but Kimberly Wynn? She's rooting around among David's possessions. You see her in all dark clothing, and among the things in David's apartment, you see some ancient artifacts that he picked up, probably on some trip to Europe. A bronze shield, a sling, a bloodied rock, all kinds of various arts and artwork. And in the bedroom, you see Kimberly going through all the drawers, the cabinets, and the closets in David's bedroom. She doesn't notice you, though, until you walk into the room. Someone unimportant noticed you, but that just made them important, right? So that's your hard move. Ami, what the fuck are you doing here?
I'm on the ground currently, so I'm going to pull my bag over. Shit. How did I get here? Weird. This is strange. I will have an answer for you, and I'm going to attempt to slink back out a little bit more quickly.
Interesting. Let's see. She is going to kneel down and she'll touch the ground. She whispers something under her breath, and suddenly crawling out the way you came gets a lot more difficult. It's like you're stuck in sand, like the floor has suddenly gotten rather soft. We'll switch quickly over to Father John, who investigates another room. He goes into the living room, and you find on the coffee table dozens of photographs. They're of a young but plain-looking woman and her wife, who is in a work suit of flannel, some khakis and big boots, and you see. Hold on a second. Let me find the information. Yeah, you see Woodworth Builders, some documents, some plans from the city council office, and many more photos of Ellie Woodworth. And just as you do, you start working your way through the photographs on the table when something dark and hairy crawls closer to you. And with that, the scene suddenly shifts back to the diner.
And I'll go back to that.
We see Lexi and Celine slinking down the back alleyway towards the back entrance of the diner.
Okay. Hold on, I gotta... Okay, we're at the diner. Okay, yeah, if we are gonna sneak in through the back, I'm trying to keep an eye out for Pauline and Ellie. Are they
Definitely have a possibility of being here.
Creep in the back, like, do we see them up front anywhere?
Who are you looking for?
Pauline and Ellie?
You
Either
do
or?
not. So the diner is closed. There's a few employees who are cleaning things up because they'll have to shut down for a few days. But no one's in the diner right now, other than the employees.
Here?
Yes, you do see the owner as he sweeps up some broken glass.
I'm gonna look at Lexi. I mean, I don't see Pauline and Ellie. What's our play here? Ask the owner directly if he's guilty of corruption and paying young women to bring eligible bachelors to his diner? I'm not really quite sure.
Hold a second. You remember when we were leaving the scene earlier? Did you notice like a flash?
I didn't. Why?
I thought it was a police camera at the time, but that thing about being in the diner, what if David was being followed?
Like by an investigator or
By somebody.
Proper, does this place have any sort of security cameras or anything like that?
Sure, why not?
I'm gonna point up to one. Do you think that the footage might be undamaged from the car wreck? We could
It's
see
possible.
who
Police
have
might
been
already have it, but we can ask.
following. Or I guess ask if anyone saw if someone was following, snapping photos.
I think that's a good place. That's as good a place as any to start. Let's ask. Owner's here. One of the employees might have seen something.
I am going to just stand up, no longer sneaking. Just like,
Okay, sure.
just like, okay, well, we need to talk to people now, so I'm just gonna stand up like as if I was just, tying my stiletto, and then just kind of brush off my dress and just walk up to one of the employees.
So you just walk in the back door and hope someone will talk to you.
Wait. Can we rewind a second?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna yank you before you just walk in.
Oh, okay.
Celine is so used to getting her way, she doesn't know how this works.
It's true. It's so very true.
Is it cool if I know the owner?
Do you have a power tag that would, say that?
How close is this to the mirror?
I'd say we're downtown, so I know
Okay.
that you are in Sodo, south of downtown. So probably not exactly close.
Really gotta update these tags. I need more.
You can also use a move like change the game.
Oh, wait, I already have juice, don't I?
I believe you do, but your juice, if I remember correctly,
It's for
is from
starting my
things
bag.
you've brought.
Okay, let's try and change the game here. I want to have an allies are an advantage, roll plus power. So I hear gossip. I know people who come by the mirror.
Look at me making you use the game rules for once. I'm not used to doing this. What are rules? What are roles? I know
is it
not
cool
them.
If I tag neighborhood support here?
Sure.
Okay.
You might know a guy who knows a woman who knows someone else.
Exactly. I don't know if it rolled. Did it roll?
I'm sorry, it doesn't clink for me anymore. Let's see. Change the game. You rolled a 6.
Oh, I rolled a 6 twice. Wild. Okay. I've rolled a miss, so I don't know him. We'll just knock on the back door.
Okay. I didn't know if you had any +2s or anything.
I don't think I do.
You can always burn attack, but that's fine. So you just walk in. You pull back Celine, then decide, never mind.
Well,
and,
hold on. If I can burn a tag retroactively, let's
Wait,
burn
can't
a
I
tag
help you? Can't I
retroactively.
help you? I think I help you just by... Don't I have a help on you?
You tell me. Where our sheets are asymmetric.
Lexi, help too.
Okay.
But I'm
You
not
have
sure
up
that's
to
you
2
helping me or
juice.
me helping you.
If you have it on yours, you have it for Lexi. So you,
Okay,
as
I help
as
you too.
as Vermin just said, your sheets are asymmetric, so it's not, you don't have the same thing on both of them. What Help and Hurt does in City of Mist is it gives you juice, which allows you to create a story tag that could help your teammate. So give me a story tag of some way that you or your connections can help out Lexi.
Well, I have contacts in every neighborhood.
Sure. Why don't you create that
And
as a
since
tag?
Lexi and I know each other and have for years and years and years and years, going back to when we were very young, it's very likely that we, just through association, would also know this person.
Okay. Why don't we? You can do this yourself if you like. But I'm trying to get my
So,
players to do things. Why don't?
Is this tag here? We have a history. Is that our story tag?
It should be a story tag that helps with the action you're trying to do. But I think
it does, because maybe like we all went to the same like summer camp. I figured this is some older restaurant owner.
Absolutely, yes.
so.
History.
I've added to the table a story tag called a shared history 1, which gives you a +1 to your roll, which means you rolled a 7. On a hit, you get juice equal to power. Spend your juice to gain the following effects: 1-to-1, create a story tag, burn a power tag or a story tag, or give or reduce a status.
Can you give me the name of this fella?
Does he have a name? Let's grab a random name. His name is Jonathan.
I would also like to create the story tag Jonathan's great memory. He's just, not only is he an ally, but he's a dude that just like really remembers stuff well. Or can I like increase his number?
So yeah, so you let's see. Yeah, so you can use it 1-to-1. So if you used all 3 of your power, you can make it a tier 3 status.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna give Jonathan the tier 3 status. Just excellent memory.
I love it. I love it. We're doing the game like we're supposed to. So you've given Jonathan Rondo excellent memory 3.
Okay. I knock on the back door and I say, Jonathan, you in there?
I'm sorry, folks. We are closed for the evening. And
It's me, Lexi.
as he hears that, he shuffles his way over to the back door. Lexi, what are you calling here for at the middle of the night? I don't think I've seen you in years.
Well, see, I was here today actually. You probably just didn't see me. I was hanging out with a friend in here, and you know, something about this whole crash seemed off. I had a couple details that were bothering me, and I was hoping you could help me out. Just kind of sort through them with me.
Sure. What can I do for you?
So first, do you remember if there was? Do you have security cam footage from earlier today?
Yeah, I'm sure we have some the old VHSs. I don't check them very much, but we have to give them to the police tomorrow morning. It'd be a heck of a favor.
If I took a look tonight?
Well, since I know that you and I go way back, sure, why not?
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Also, that's a long shot, but do you remember? There's this the fellow who was in the accident, David.
Oh, poor fellow.
Huh?
Poor fellow. Yeah.
Real tragedy. He came by here the other week. I overheard you talking. He came in here with a stewardess. Do you remember any time around then? Was there like a bulb flash, like from like a camera?
Sorry, Lexi. I don't really know what you're going on about. I'm not sure. Sorry.
It seemed like he was being followed, and I just thought maybe there was either a.
Does he got paparazzi?
Maybe a paparazzi, maybe just, garden variety stalker. But there might have been somebody, hanging out, not ordering anything, just kind of keeping an eye on the booth, maybe like a couple cups of coffee. I don't know.
We got all kinds of gumshoes in the type coming in here all the time. I don't know much about their business, though. You know what I do remember, though? I remember something odd. That you said he came into the diner, and I do remember that because not the kind of guy who would come into my kind of diner, but I'm not going to be one to complain about that. And he was making a right ruckus about some other like a local, a regular, and the poor Woodworth girls. The two of them they just live right a couple blocks down, and this poor guy wouldn't leave them alone. Real shame. And the Pauline, she has a bit of a temper, let's say, and they exchange a few words, but David wouldn't leave him alone. Thankfully, Ellie has a way with her, and she was able to calm back down, but after that, I didn't see David anymore. But you could tell it,
for the best.
Well, you can tell that it really hurt Ellie in a way. To see Pauline getting real angry for some guy who kept on hitting on poor Ellie, And, just a wife wants to take care of her. You understand?
Yeah. I can't understand.
But anyway, why don't we get you those tapes here, okay?
I appreciate it. Do you happen to know where those guys live?
Yeah, they live a little the affordable house down the street. You can't miss it. It's some old
Looks
woman.
real affordable.
Yeah, some old woman who doesn't want to leave. Kindest old woman. Doesn't come in here very much anymore, but she refuses to leave, and if she refuses to change the rent.
Woman after my own heart. Thanks so much.
Of course. And he'll lead you back into his small office. It's cramped. It's covered with bits of food stains and some random cooking utensils that got left there by accident. And he sits you down and scrolls through one of the security cameras. What exactly are you looking for?
We're looking for like a flash near the time, like after we've investigated the scene, and we're trying to see if we can see a flash who took a photo.
Gotcha. I want you to investigate. Roll for me.
Okay. Do I get to use Jonathan as a tag here?
Just add 1 for Jonathan. That's fine.
Okay. That I can do. Okay. So, catch, overlook details, eye for detail. No. Okay. And then 1 for Jonathan. Investigate.
Can you read out the roll for us?
Yes. I got a 9. So clues equal to power. Spend your clues 1-to-1 to ask questions to the MC. I can ask relevant questions, and you must give me either a straight answer or a solid lead, and then you can choose one of the following. The investigation exposes us to danger. The clues we get are fuzzy, incomplete, or partial, and whoever or whatever you are asking questions can ask you a question as well. So my first question then is, do we see our rogue photographer?
Yes, you do. He's trying his best to hide in the crowd, but as you suspected, as you are searching through the tapes, you see a guy, very traditional gumshoe look, long brown trench coat, a black fedora, with a very weird-looking camera pointed at the 4 of you as you're getting into your car. And as you keep rewinding, you see a couple more shots of him watching as you break down this car. You might say he probably saw when you ripped the car door off.
What direction did he head after we took off?
Let's say he took off towards the seedier part of town, probably close to the mirror.
Okay.
When you say weird looking camera, since Celine's in here too looking at this, describe for me what you mean by weird looking camera.
So what you see is what looks like a traditional film camera with a big flash bulb on top. But there seems to be other mechanical alterations made to this camera. And when you experience the playback of that camera flash, something I don't want to say stirs in you, because that makes it sound like you're having a sexual awakening, but you notice that the flash itself seems a bit strange.
I think my third question then will be, do any of the three of us recognize him?
As in, like, have we seen him around before?
Exactly.
The audience has a bit of, what's it called? Dramatic irony?
Irony?
Not quite. Anyway, bit of they got a bit of foreshadowing, but you did not. I would say you need to do some research, but you don't recognize him.
Okay.
But the audience would.
The audience would. Do you have any other questions before I switch to a cutscene real quick?
No, but if it's very clearly that the photographer was there for us and not David as we suspected, I am just going to side glance to Lexi and then kind of stand up as if I'm done here.
And Lexi will give like a little nod. Thanks so much, Jonathan. Really appreciate it.
And with that, as you leave the diner, we see the two of you kind of looking up and down the street, one way towards where the Woodworths live, and the other way to where the detective left. And just before break, we see the 8 hairy legs crawling along the coffee table towards Job. And with that, we break for another short intermission.
Imagine
Hello,
that.
and welcome back to Madness Calls It Forth. One of my players just started talking when I wasn't expecting them to. We are here for our third chapter of the investigation today. So, when we last left them, we had Lexi and Celine. Sorry, not Lexi and Celine. When we last left them, we had Jonathan and Ami investigating David Wynn's condo. In one room, we have Ami trying to slink away and not succeeding. And we have in the other room a creepy, crawly monster. Not monster. Well, kind of. Coming in to scare the bejesus out of our priest. Just to drag the tension a little bit longer, I'm going to switch to Ami and Kimberly. You are stuck in what seems like a very soft spot on the ground, and any chance at escaping is getting difficult. She is going to kneel down next to you and say, "What the hell are you doing here?"
Yeah. About that. So, my friend, he's in the other room. He gave your brother his last rites today.
Yeah, I know David's dead. He's hidden his wealth somewhere, and I'm out to find it. Now, what are you doing in his apartment?
Now, we also came for his wealth.
He's hidden a stash somewhere, but it's not in his apartment, so let me save you the effort.
Well, I feel like maybe 2 brains are 2 sets of eyes, or better than 1. Maybe I could help you.
I doubt it, Ami. Now,
I'm pretty tricky.
yeah, well, so am I. And with that, she is going to touch your bag and say "too hot" before she walks out of the room, and your backpack is going to start feeling like it's scalding your back.
God damn it. And I'll toss it off of me. Is it on fire?
It's not on fire, but you can see it's starting to smoke, as if something is making it very hot. You are going to take a tier 3 status of scalded.
Okay.
So just you can put that in your little story tag things below your character sheet if you want to keep that in track, or put it on a post-it note. But that's going to hurt you moving forward. As she escapes into the hallway, you'll notice that the sandy ground, the too soft ground, has hardened back up again. But that's when we see Father John. You notice a thick, gnarly spider crawling across the coffee table towards you. You fall with a clatter onto the ground.
How big is this thing?
It's not a monster, but it is giant. Let's say about a foot across. You're going to take Terrified 3 as a story tag. As the spider slowly crawls off the edge of the table and finds its way down onto the ground towards you.
All right. Is it like coming towards me then?
It most certainly is. What do you do, Job?
So I think Job is just like, he stands up. He's like, all right. So far, my night has started off with me not getting my pancakes, getting hit by a car, and then suddenly this is here. Well, I'm saying I'm about ready to hit fuck it. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and do. What is it the kids say nowadays? And he looks down and he looks back up, and his eyes have gone into just a fiery blaze. Oh yeah, kill it with fire. And he's going to kick some ass and just go toe-to-toe with this thing. And his eyes are just glowing like a burning fire at this point, and he's pulled off his collar on his shirt.
So are you literally trying to burn it?
I think he like makes a fist, and there's a slight smell of sulfur and crackling like energy in his hand, and he's actually using his left hand this time. And normally he punches with his right, but he's throwing a left hook at this thing.
Okay.
And
why don't you hit with all you've got?
Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and put a few power tags on this. Let me know if they're
Please
okay. Devil May Care, punch out lights, and then Righteous Man, throwing a little fire and brimstone into this punch.
Sure.
And what was it? You said go toe-to-toe? What was it? Or hit it with all you got.
Hit with all you've got. Are you using some of your little mythos power to like strengthen this up a bit?
Yeah.
It's one of those tags from your mythos?
Yeah.
Cool.
The Righteous Man.
Cool.
And that's a 9, but I'm going to use the +2 I got before to make it 11.
Love it. On a 10+, choose 2. You take cover or secure a superior position. You get them good or get many of them. You control the collateral damage. You hold the target's attention, or you gain the upper hand. Take 1 juice.
I'm going to get it good.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take 1 juice.
Cool. Do you want to describe what this fire and brimstone left hook looks like?
Yeah, so like he's like just getting so pissed off that he's torn off his collar, and he's pretty much his hand is just starting to like crackle. It's not like on fire, but it's definitely got like those cracks of like glowing coming through.
Mm-hmm.
And he just reaches back like with a just a solid punch, and he just goes to like, he's not even gonna punch it, he's gonna try and like smash it.
Cool. What power do you have on this hit?
That's 3 power, so it's a 9 total, but then I added 2 from chat.
So you have 3 power, which means you have a tier 3 status you're giving it. Plus you're adding 1 more because you're getting them good. So that's a tier 4 status. Feel free to label it as you see fit.
Label the action or
The tag.
describe it? Oh, label the tag.
So any tag is a single word or a collection of words with the number of your tier of the status you're giving it.
Is there a burn tag?
A tag can be literally any word or collection of words that you want that feels appropriate for the scene.
I'm going to do burn because I said kill it with fire because it's a spider.
Love it. So as this scalding, almost devilish fist connects with this disgusting spider, you see that flames almost lick from your hands as the thing lights on fire and gets smacked against the couch. And as its hair burns, the giant spider falls limp. You can you still have the terrified tag, so be careful of that. But you hear someone quickly escaping from David's bedroom.
I think he's gonna like call it to Ami. Or so I'm in the living room still?
You're in the living room.
Someone escaping?
Yes. Someone from David's bedroom is scurrying out into the hallway across from you and is heading towards the door.
I'm gonna try and get the jump on them to stop them.
Okay.
But remember, I did bolt the deadlock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that's gonna like slow them down a beat, because it obviously wasn't dead bolted when we came in, so they're not gonna assume it was. So, yeah, I'm just gonna rush over to the door because for all I know, it could also just be Ami trying to make a run for it.
Okay. You see someone in all black scurry towards the door. She grabs onto the door handle and yanks on it a couple times, shaking the door in its frame. She turns back around to look at Ami and notices you. And just from the corner of her mouth, she goes, "Shit." And
Lady, you really got a bad night.
Yeah, you're telling me my brother just died.
Am I able to like get out there at this point or no?
Sure, the ground is no longer sucking you in, so you can get back up if you like. What do you do, Ami?
I would definitely just leave my laptop where it's at, and take a few steps towards the kitchen, or like wherever we walked in, because I think we said it was like in the kitchen and in the living room or whatever. And shout out to John. Yeah, man. She definitely just burnt the shit out of me, and I paid for her fucking coffee. This is the second time in one day this asshole's burnt me. And I'm gonna like realize that I'm kind of rambling.
Don't worry, I returned the favor to her little pet.
In the time it takes you to have this conversation, both of you notice as she turns back towards the door and puts her hand on the lock. She says, "Too small," and before your eyes, the deadbolt shrinks and falls out of the doorway. She unlocks the door and runs away.
And as that happens, I was gonna say, and that's she fucking god. And I'll take a few steps to kind of chase after her, but I am scalded and in a lot of pain.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not moving great.
Where's your bag?
I'll grab it. And I'll grab the bag. She ruined all of my shit. I'm gonna have to buy a new laptop.
John is also gonna, like, seeing her run back, he's gonna go and grab the pictures off the coffee table. Can he shoot a glance to where the spider was? Is it still like there?
Oh no, it's burnt. All the hair on it has burned off, and it is just
Ash?
not ash,
So
but it is scarred and it is dead.
All right. Yeah, he grabs the pictures. Like, I found these. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, for sure. And Ami's gonna just grab her bag. Even if it's just like burnt and toasted, she's still gonna grab it so it doesn't stay there.
If it's still warm, John is gonna grab it with his still kind of smoldering hand.
Yeah.
And just walk out like, let's get out of here.
All right. We need to stop at like a store. I'm gonna need to probably clean these burns.
Yeah. Let's just get out of here.
As the two walk down the hallway, we see the camera as it spins. From one angle, we are in a hallway, seeing the two recede into the distance. And as the camera turns, it's suddenly a street, and we see Lexi and Celine walking towards a small tenement building with a light in the topmost window.
Okay, did we just go and knock on the door? Or?
Yeah, I think we do. Unless...
So this is clearly not like a doorman type of situation. So is there any sort of like, the doorbell thing where you can look up the name?
Sure. There's only a few houses on in this apartment building, but I'd say there's 3 names, and one of them, apartment number 3, is listed as Woodworth.
Okay, that's seeing that's where I'll head then.
Looking up at the drab brick building in front of you, you spot her, the sweetest sight, waiting at the window. It started to lightly rain, and raindrops like dew speckle the window. The look on her face tells you that she is waiting for someone who isn't coming. Is it the love of her life? The dead guy in the car? Someone else? You ring the doorbell, and she bolts to buzz you in. You brace yourself for the disappointment in her eyes when she sees it's you, and for some greater pain you feel you are about to bring into her life. So she quietly opens the door and looks out and sees that you're not who she's hoping for.
And who do we have standing in front of us? What do they look like?
She's small. Some might say she is plain, but she is beautiful. Long brown hair and like a dark blue nightgown. I'm sorry. Can I help you?
Ellie, correct?
I'm sorry. I don't recognize you. Do you work with Pauline?
No, but I believe we might have a mutual friend. And I'm just gonna kind of glance aside like,
Friends,
oh no.
friend's not the right word. We're investigating a stalker, and
God.
we think you might be one of his victims. I know. If you have some time to talk to us.
Are you like a social worker, or what do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I can't help but notice that you look like you were waiting for someone. Are we interrupting?
Sorry. Just my wife, Pauline. She hasn't gotten home yet. today, and I'm quite concerned that she's still not home yet. But here, why don't you come in? You have some important business to get to. I'm sure it's getting late.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
She lets you into her small apartment that she shares with her wife, Pauline. You can see her pair of shoes on the shoe rack next to an empty spot with bits of dirt and debris on it. And she lets you into a small but very pleasant apartment. You can see the window that she was standing in just a moment ago when you walked up to her apartment building. And she has a box of tissues next to a chair that she's been sitting in. And she looks at the two of you and says, "Can I get you some tea or some coffee, maybe?"
No, thank you. If we could just talk to you just very quickly about this David person that was bothering you and your wife.
Yes. Well, we first saw him at Rondo's Diner, just down the street, and well, he was with some other woman, and in the middle of their conversation, he came over to talk to me and started making rather rude advances, and I obviously politely declined, and he was insistent. He wanted to perhaps take me out, and I said no again, and after the third time he tried to speak to me, my wife Pauline, she stood up, and she's a very strong woman with a tendency towards, things getting a little bit violent, but it's just, she tries to take care of me, and I was worried that she might lose control, so I simply said to her, "Please, it's not worth it," and we left the diner that night. But after several weeks, he continued to try to talk to me, and we were about to call the police, but Pauline, I haven't seen Pauline since she left for work this morning.
Can I ask, this is the only kind of, you haven't been stalked by anybody else, have you?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Not as far as I'm aware, no. Do you think that someone else is out to get me?
No. I'm just making sure that we follow through all of the questions we need to ask. Your wife, did she say anything unusual before going to work today?
Nothing unusual. She, I don't know, seemed a bit distant, I guess. Just a lot on her mind, thinking about the man that was following us. And, she didn't say where she was going today. But since she runs the business, it's not quite like I can talk with anyone else. It's just her. And perhaps she had a new house in the suburbs to look at or something. I'm not quite sure.
What's the business in question?
Woodworth Construction.
Woodworth Construction.
Yes.
Thank
you. Do you know where she was currently working? Does she work out of the office, or does she actually go on site?
No, she's a very hands-on kind of woman. Do you think something's happened to her?
We just want to make sure that she's safe.
Understood. You can check her things if you like.
Maybe we could do that. Have you tried to reach her via phone or?
Yes, she hasn't picked up, well, all day.
Well, if you don't mind, we could look through her things and then maybe we go and try and find her on site.
Yes, of course.
Maybe
yes.
just remind her what time it is. She's probably just caught up at work.
The two of you head into a small office in the back room. There is a very large desk. As you can probably tell, Pauline was a very tall woman. And construction plans and various contracts are littered around the room. There's also a small makeup table with various makeup on it, probably for Ellie. Do you want to investigate, one of you?
Yeah, I'd love to poke around.
I would love to help. And I think can I create the story tag organized desk to add a +1? Like the desk is pretty easy. There's not like hidden stuff in it.
Unless you have juice to do so, I would say no.
I was going to use one of our helps.
Okay, sure. Go for it. So you're using one of your help points for Celine, and you're going to personally quickly organize the table for her so she can more easily flip through all of the documents.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I also potentially use my bullshit detector tag? Since
Unfortunately,
I'm a ritual dame and I know where to find stuff.
I don't think that's quite what that tag would mean.
Yeah, I know.
You're trying so hard to use it.
Have you already checked catch overlooked details from our crew thing?
No. Where is that?
It should be all the way on the left.
If you fit.
Under the Rogue Investigators crew theme.
not have a
I
crew
legitimately don't see that.
I think I may have asked you guys to fill that out yourself, so I'll be sure to fix that before next session.
But if it's got a blank power tag that I can check if you want me to, just for the mechanics.
Yeah, you're
of
fine.
it.
So go ahead and roll with whatever tags you feel are appropriate, plus organized desk and catch overlooked. There we go.
Details.
Catch overlooked details.
No.
Words are hard, folks.
Investigate. I got a 9, mild success.
Excellent. You can ask me questions 1-to-1 for clue. You get clues equal to your power, so that's 2 clues. Ask me questions, and I must give you a solid answer, a solid lead, or a straight answer.
Okay. Is there a date book here that shows us if she had any appointments coming up or plans or some sort of journal or anything like that where I could see definitively where she might be, or at least where she was going to be or planning to be?
Sure. You find a date book of a kind, a big calendar on the desk itself, and for today's date, you have there is a appointment for about 5 p.m. It probably says New development out of town. New development edge of town, 5 p.m.
Okay. And then can I also search about for any sort of sign of special skills? Any sort of unique interests that she might suddenly find herself spending a lot of time in? I'm looking for ADHD hard focus things. Like, did she just very suddenly get into herbalism and making poisons? Or has she very suddenly started researching a particular myth or folklore story that she may feel a certain connection with?
Let's say that Pauline is not particularly good at computer security. And so you click a button on her laptop and it opens up to some articles on improved strength, on muscles, and on what's it called? Like almost like workout routines. You go through some of her records while you're there and find that some of her larger construction projects seem to have been done very fast with a very small crew. You know that, as Ellie said, that she has a very hands-on approach. But based on the plans you're seeing and the budgeting that she works with, you feel like she's doing most of the work.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
No, go ahead.
I'll also give you this one. As you are scrolling through her computer, you find the most recent plans that she had been looking over. You can tell just from the layout what it likely is, but you read on the key to the blueprints, that she was looking at some old layout plans for a fairground out on the edge of town, far up north, just within the city's boundaries.
Okay. I'm just going to point at that and look to Lexi. I bet this is her new project. If I had to guess where she was, that would be it.
Yeah. You think we should go take a look?
Yes.
Let's call up the other two. See if
Yeah.
they made any progress.
Yeah, I'd love if all four of us could go. And I will pull up on my BlackBerry and wheel down to the appropriate name and then call Ami.
Ring, ring.
Yeah.
Ami, we are currently at the Woodsworth home. Pauline is missing. And we think we may know where she is, up north at the edge of town at some abandoned fairgrounds. So we're thinking of going there.
Sure.
How are
Right.
things on your end? Did you find anything?
Things are pretty garbage over here.
You tell her about fucking Goldilocks.
Yeah. I found Goldilocks and her pet spider, which I don't fucking remember that part of the book, but
Yeah, I made sure to scrub it out.
here we are. Anyway, we'll explain more when we see you in person, because this sucked. I also need to stop at like a Rite Aid for some burn cream.
Are you all right?
I'm gonna be. I say that with a question mark on the end, mostly.
What do you need? Are you guys able to travel? Do I need to send James to pick you up?
Nope. We're good. Don't send James. I'll drive us. I just need to stop at Rite Aid real quick. And then we'll meet you at the carnival.
Yes. We'll meet you there.
All right.
Very good. And I'll hang up and I'll turn to Lexi. They were reciting nursery rhymes. I don't know that everything's all right over there. But they're going to meet us.
Okay. Ellie, thank you so much for your time. We don't think David's going to be a bother to you anymore. And exeunt.
And Ellie, she sighs and she looks back out the window, out at the horizon. And as this scene closes, we follow her gaze out the window, across the city, and to a dilapidated, abandoned fairground at the edge of town. We see the river that snakes its way through the city slowly dwindle, and small rivulets and streams make its way into the fairground proper. And just as we see that, we see one more face. It's Kimberly Wynn. She's made it to the fairground with some images of some images of God, what is her name? I was doing so well with this monologue. She has some images that she throws on the ground of Pauline Woodworth entering the fairground. And we watch as she goes under the archway sign and into the dark, malicious carnival. A few moments later, the crew itself arrives at the carnival. If it wants to play.
All right.
Sorry, Roll20 is being silly. Give me 1 second. I guess not. Well, that's a shame. Wind blows over the open, muddy gray flats where the old fun fair stands. A cluster of rickety booths, hastily built sideshows, and faded tents. Once flashing signs now hang crooked with broken neon tubes and washed out lettering. Torn and colorless tent flaps flap repeatedly. A Ferris wheel looms ominously above the countless crests of rides, games, and oddity shows. The big archway sign, one side of it collapsed, reads, "The Lemnos Carnival." From here you can see a winding, algae-filled canals and rivulets that wind their way through the park. There isn't a soul in sight. But the sounds of the carnival creak in the night. What do you do?
Lexi is carrying an ominous-looking bag.
Only the most ominous for our intrepid crew.
So as we get there, I will explain. Yeah, so David's sister, Kim, is a rift of everyone's, well, my now least favorite childhood story, Goldilocks. And she did the too hot thing to me, burnt the shit out of my laptop, and the too small thing to the door, shrunk the door. But what was real weird was that she got a spider somehow, and I don't remember that in the book. So,
Little Miss Moffat sat on her toffet.
Yeah, but that's a different story.
But they're
right.
all Mother Goose.
Lexi pulls out her phone, taps on it for a second, and spins around a picture of a Goldilocks spider. Did it look like this?
Yeah, that's but bigger.
That's terrible. That's fucking dumb.
I did not know such a thing existed.
Same.
Not anymore.
I thought there might just be an older story, but looks
Might just
like...
be Mother Goose in general, or Grimm fairy tale. I don't know what the hell it is.
Well, it may just be Goldilocks.
Hey,
Yeah. Well, either way, just so you know, that happened. And it's dead, thanks, John. And here we are. That was our story.
I would like to fish out of the conversation the fact that, like, she has to touch the things, right? She was always touching
Correct.
the thing? Okay.
She touched the things and said the words.
Hey, then.
So, don't let her touch you, maybe, or I don't know, ranged weapons? Do we have a longbow?
Maybe there's a shooting gallery. Who knows?
So, up is everyone on their Greek mythology.
I mean, I studied some Latin, but I don't think that counts.
I'm just noticing so many coincidences as of late, and I'm starting to no longer believe in coincidences.
Well, what do you got?
And I'm just gonna point up to the sign. Lemnos was an island.
You're gonna have to help us out because I majored in business, if you know what I mean. And she, like, pantomimes hitting somebody in the shins.
There was something with Argonauts, something with Hellenic women on the island. There were there was Hephaestus? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Hephaestus, god of the forge.
Mm-hmm.
As
Does
you're discussing this, you notice that someone is watching you, or more accurately, several people.
All right, I'm gonna look
Yeah.
around.
Company.
Just as you try to track one of them down, they slip behind a tent or in between some booths and disappear out of sight. You catch glimpses of wrenches and hammers, some burly woolen sweaters and caps, and every time you try your best to catch one, they disappear.
It's getting ridiculous.
Pauline!
Your call for Pauline echoes across the park. But you do notice something as you wind your way through the stalls and tents and sideshows. One that looks like a set of a biblical epic.
Would Joe recognize it?
He probably would. Give me 1 sec while I find the information on that section. Oh, come on. Why is this book so hard to navigate? Here we go. So, you see an area that looks like a biblical setting, like an epic film. Here are fake stone buildings, fake palm trees, and the whole area is caked in a dark mud.
Does it look like anything that strikes him story-wise?
Not at the moment. But do the four of you investigate this area of the park?
Yeah.
John does, for sure.
So, Lexi, I think you are going to be the one who finds this. You find a revolver thrown haphazardly into one of these fake stone buildings. And if you open it up, you find one bullet missing and 5 still in their places.
So you're saying like one bullet has been fired?
Correct.
Okay.
Job, you, as you fan out from here, find a large patch of ground where there is a very large bump in the ground.
Is it footprint shaped?
More like giant burial site shaped.
Oh, so like an actual mound.
Small mound.
It's a mound.
He's gonna go over and kind of kick the dirt away to see if there might be something buried.
It takes you a while, but if you really start digging, you find first a hand. A dead hand, but very large one. And if you keep digging, you find it's connected to an arm, and on the arm is a thick flannel shirt.
Damn it. And I kind of waved to everyone else.
At this point, Ami, you are investigating this area, and you see what looks like a king's palace, or at least a cheap version of one. You walk inside the pavilion, and inside you see a young girl. She has long brown hair, and she's wearing a dark blue dress. She's beautiful, but some might call her plain. She has light red, pinkish red lipstick on her lips, and it is peeling and cracking in a way that exposes the fact that she is made of wood. Ami, you weren't there to see the Woodworths. Do you call anyone else in to see what you're seeing?
I will yell out, hey guys, I got a plain looking lady in here and I'm gonna walk up to it.
The closer you get, the easier it is to see that this is a mannequin of some sorts. A very good one, but nonetheless not a real person.
Yeah, so Ami's gonna do the thing that I feel like everybody normally does, right? When they're at a wax museum and they know it's not real, but they're waiting for it to move anyways, so she's just gonna get real close to it. And just kind of and then if anybody else comes to check it out with her, then she'll wait for them. But for the most part, she's doing the wax museum thing to where she's seeing if its eyes follow her.
You get very close to it, and just as you're within a few inches of it, its body shakes and falls onto you.
I will scream like a little bitch.
You scream and it echoes inside this false king's palace. It doesn't move again, but it is fallen to the ground.
I'm not going to touch it necessarily. Feel a little funny about that, but I am going to kind of look around this palace, knowing that Kim was looking for her brother's lost fortune, or stashed fortune, wondering if we're in the right place for that, and just keeping a general eye out.
So you exit as the others enter into this pavilion. The three of you notice what Ami has noticed, that this is
come in upon her screaming.
Yeah.
That there you find as she quickly escapes from the pavilion, on the ground is a wooden statue of Ellie Woodworth. Her lips are peeling, and since you were there, Celine, you notice that the color of her lips looks very similar to Ellie's. But the lips
Can I
burned.
just reach down and very carefully touch the lips and smell it? Just kind of touch it and smell it?
They will burn your skin as you touch it, and you smell it. You get very woozy.
All right, I'm just gonna lean up against something really quick. This is going to sound very strange, but Lexi, Father, is it possible that creep made a wooden statue of the girl he was obsessed with and then kissed it and it was poisoned? Also, there is poison on that thing.
In the last 3 months, I've experienced a lot weirder things than that. So, why not?
Unfortunately, if this is Pauline's wife, I just encountered Pauline back there.
Oh no.
And
Do we know
they weren't made of wood.
what happened to her?
If I had to guess, and Lexi has it in a silk handkerchief, she snaps out the chamber of the revolver and shows the spent case inside of it.
So Ami's gonna okay. Let's just get the facts straight, because we've got a lot of dots and no connectors. So
Yes.
we have
Good.
David, the brother, who was a rift, we have assumed, because we know he was special with money.
Again, we assume, but
Sure.
yes. Again, the coincidence thing. Okay.
We have the sister, who
him,
we
Definitely
know
a rift.
is a rift.
a Goldilocks rift.
Goldilocks rift.
Okay.
We have Pauline, very good at building, loves a good flannel. Also
I can
a
do
rift.
that one. Builds
Eventually.
very quickly.
Yes. And Ellie, the blue nightgown wearing, plain docs. Well, you get what I'm saying. She's not an ox. She's a human. I'm just assuming. Anyways, these are our players.
Well, those are our theories, but let's try and figure out the timeline here. David, for whatever reason, he goes on a date with the stewardess. For whatever reason, she is paid money to take him on this date to suggest the diner. So they go to the diner and then go, DM, correct me if I'm wrong, and then go to the sushi place where they see Pauline.
Nope,
And Ellie?
they decide
They
to
see him at the
stay
diner.
at the diner
Okay.
where they run
They
into.
stay at the diner where they see Ellie and Pauline. David, for whatever reason, becomes obsessed with Ellie. Will not stop making advances. It becomes a whole fixation. The stewardess leaves, having had a horrible date. And
David
then
keeps following.
at some point, and I'm looking around at the thing on the ground. At some point, Pauline was perhaps shot with a bullet and buried here at the construction site, or at least this project site that she was working on for some reason. At some point, this wooden replica of Ellie was created. By whom? Still not sure. And at some point, poison was painted onto the lips of this wooden replica. By who? Again, not sure. And then, fast forward, or simultaneously, who knows, but I'm assuming that David came in contact with the poison painted on the lips, ended up with a shard of glass in his forehead, driving a car, careening off the road and crashing into the diner. And then we also have his sister this whole time with failed business ideas, wanting his fortune, at which he was very successful creating. And she is definitely, most likely, a Goldilocks rift. And I still feel like we're missing some pieces.
At the time you say we're missing some pieces, several of you flick your eyes about and realize that there are, again, someone is watching you and hiding in the shadows.
So, and I'm gonna just say this out loud. Whoever's watching us, do you just wanna, stop? Or...
Kerclunk. At that, suddenly, the room you're in starts to shake, and chunks of the ceiling fall in, and pillars fall from all directions around you. And Celine, you are tossed out of the room as the room falls around behind you, and you collapse into a pool of water behind you, as the others scurry out of the way to avoid getting hit by the collapsing building. You find yourselves trapped inside of the pavilion, and Celine, you find yourself outside, soaking wet.
So three of us are inside the pavilion, still kind of trapped inside, and Celine is outside.
Mm-hmm.
Check. Okay.
The hell?
Lexi's immediately going to move to start pushing rubble out of the way.
Okay. As you do, pieces slide into place and come hurtling towards you. I'm going to have to ask you to take a risk.
Okay. The risk is against something like coming at me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Death on two legs to be moving rubble or like moving out of the way.
Okay, some kind of supernatural strength.
Calculated, keeping an eye on things. And then, would you give me guns and bludgeons to just like have something to like whack against these bricks with?
Sure.
Okay.
Like a 2x4 or something.
Yeah. There is something that's checked that I don't want checked.
You should have just pressed clear, but...
Oh, well, now that I know I can do that, it'll happen more often. Okay. Take a risk, you said?
Yes, please.
Okay. A great success.
Damn, look at you go.
I do it, somehow.
Somehow, the building does not collapse on you as you try to escape, and the three of you make it out safe and sound into the dark, eerie, misty carnival. However, by the time you get out there, Celine is gone. Celine, we're going to move over to you real quick as the three of them wander into the carnival, confusedly looking for you. It's only a few moments, but by the time you get your head back up out of the water, you're gasping for breath. And the river seems to have pushed you along further than you would have expected for such a lazy river. And you find yourself in a pool of sorts. All around you is a thick, weighty white fog. And in the middle of the pond area, you see a large, dark stone. What do you do?
Am I able to stand in this water? Is it like one of those lazy rivers where like I can at least stand up to like waist height in the water?
Yeah, you're only probably about 2 feet into the water, so you're up to your waist or so. But you can definitely stand in this water. And it's all artificial, you can tell, because the bottom of this pond is stone. And as you stand up, from all around you, the pool seems to fill with light. Beautiful, white, blue, glowing light. And from the center of the pool, just in front of the dark stone, rises a magnificent, beautiful woman. Her cascading golden hair lights up the area around her, and she ascends from the waters. She looks at you and sighs and says, "Ah, Celine, I'm glad at long last we get to meet. I am the Lady of the Lake, here to guide your hand.
Covered in algae and gross, forgotten carnival lazy river water, just hair like hanging down around my face, I'm just gonna do my best, like, formal bow.
You bow deeply, and the fog around you swirls in tight eddies. Celine, you have been given Excalibur, a great weapon intended to slay tyrants. Celine, you must take up that task and destroy the enemies in your wake. You alone are destined for greatness, but first, you must take down those around you who stand in your way. Celine, do you take on this task?
I do.
And with that, you notice she is very close to you. And she puts her hand over her mouth. She kisses it and blows you a kiss. And in that moment, smoke surrounds you. And you choke on it. Coughing, vile, chemical smoke. But it's too late. You've breathed it in. Celine, I need you to take Fury of Purpose at tier 5. And in your mind, one image stands out. A vile, repulsive, evil version of Lexi. And you know, without a doubt, that you must destroy her. Flashes of Lexi and hideous grins pass over the screen. And you sulk as the weight of it hits you. But your eyes, they glow almost red. And you know what you must do. And you sulk back towards the carnival, looking for Lexi. Now, we find the other three wandering in the park. Every shadow seems to disappear, slip by, just as they try to see who is watching them. They slip between carnival sideshows. One that looks like a large, beautiful farmhouse. One that looks like a haunted house. There's a carousel, and its painted horses seem almost more wicked in the dark shadows of the moon. And the rain comes down slightly stronger. Somewhere in the distance, you can hear thunder rolling in over the mountains. When out of the thickets, you hear someone slowly approaching you. Lexi, the spotlight's on you. What do you do?
I reach into my bag and I pull out a chain. And I think just like in a defensive way, I start spinning it like low and say, "Is that you, Celine?"
Celine, what shape has Excalibur taken?
I need you to check your DMs first.
Okay.
You are no help, sir. It has taken the form of a hooked glaive.
Ooh, what's that?
It's like a very long spear, but the spearhead has a hook coming off of it, like half of a fleur-de-lis,
Okay.
to grab weapons and hold them back. It's a very distance fighting weapon.
Okay.
It controls the fight away from you. I am just gonna walk up through the mist and just stand there, kind of holding it, tip pointed down towards the ground in front of them, and just try to assess Lexi.
What does Celine see? Lexi?
So Lexi in the rain is looking... You know how most people look like a drowned rat if it's been raining enough? Lexi, like, if Celine's hair gets flattened by the rain, like, Lexi's looks better in it. Like, it's almost like water is wicking off of her. And in that moment of like Celine coming out of the brush, Lexi stops whipping the chain and like catches the end of it and says, "Hey, glad we found you. The house collapsed in on us, so we can keep looking now. We'll find them, I'm sure."
Proper, can I use my bullshit detector feature now?
Sure. Are you trying to tell if she's lying or not?
I am just trying to, like, right now I feel very, like, stepping out, like, I feel very torn because I have never gotten a sense of wrongness from this weapon that I carry. I always felt like it's tied to some sort of just purpose. But I also don't feel that Lexi is evil. However, I'm a practical, tough as nails old broad and realize that I may have feelings clouding my judgment.
I'd say because of your status, you know you have feelings that are clouding your judgment. But the more you think about them, the more you think that perhaps that's what kept you from seeing the truth all this time. You are not in your right mind, and you do think that she is evil.
I firmly believe that.
Correct.
Even though I, the player, do not. But Celine believes it.
Correct.
Fuck. Okay.
You said you trusted me.
I do. Celine is going to actually get a little, like her face is going to harden and her eyes will look a little teared up. And she's just not going to say anything and lift the spear point towards you, Lexi.
What do I see?
You see Lexi.
No, I don't.
Sorry, you see Celine. Rage in her eyes. Determined focus. With some of that rage pointed right at you.
I back up to the other two and I say, there's somebody else here.
What do you mean, aside from Celine?
Aside from Goldilocks.
Do we notice?
I'm gonna strike. If I firmly believe that she's evil, even though Luca does not, Celine's got to do what she thinks is right.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a power tag that is act just before it happens, and if I see Celine moving, I will attempt to deflect.
Okay. Celine, it sounds like you are trying to attack Lexi. So you're going to hit with all you've got.
What are you attacking with? Like to prevent my strike. Yeah.
I have a...
Chrissy.
So that's Ami moving. I'm going for your body, not for your weapon.
Okay, cool. Because the reason I picked this particular weapon is like I can hook and like cast your weapon aside very easily. So
yeah. Nope. She's going spear to body, knock you down, go for the knees.
Okay.
Oh shit! I have sore joints as a weakness tag.
You do also have a +5 to your attack because you have Fury of Purpose 5.
Yeah. Okay. I also have tough as nails.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in like the weapon's indestructible. Okay. And then a +5.
Mm-hmm.
How do I even put that somewhere?
I believe it's... hold on.
Oh, plus power.
You put it in your
Can I
power
just-
thing, plus you add
1,
it.
2, 3, 4, 5. There
Yep.
we go. Okay. Hit with all I've got.
That is a great success. That is 14.
Is Ami able to stop me?
Hey, Ami.
I have an important question here. Is this a hit with all you've got? Because, well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I put my chain down. Never mind.
Ami, you're going to go toe-to-toe unless you want to do anything else.
No, but I do have a question on mechanics.
Go for it.
This card for my mythos has some attention.
Mm-hmm.
So if I use my super speed and act just before it happens, what does the attention do for me?
Attention means you have you've been connected to that either identity or to that mythos, that mystery, and so when you get 3 attention, you get to upgrade that particular thing. It doesn't have anything to do with your rolls right now.
Okay.
Can you please roll for me? Go toe to toe.
I did
You
that
did.
and got a 16.
You got a success. Please state your goal.
So, as this happens, as I see her kind of shift into attack stance rather than defensive stance, Ami is going to shout, guys, I don't know what the fuck is going on, and go to spear Celine's knees to get her down.
Gotcha.
So that the weapon is not pointed or attacking. Yeah.
You get to choose 2 of the below. You manage to achieve your goal. Take something, aka take them to hold. You get them good, giving your opponent a status with tier equal to power, or you block, dodge, or counter their best attempts. If you don't choose this, they can impose a status on you.
So I choose 2 of those.
Correct.
I will attempt to snatch Excalibur off her wrist.
So it's not on her wrist right now. It is a sword right now.
Okay, then I'll try to snag the sword.
Okay.
And I just want to counter their best attempt by getting her down.
Gotcha. Which of the 2 you're choosing?
The counter and taking Excalibur.
Gotcha. Lastly, because Celine got success, I do need Lexi to face danger.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what are my cats doing? They're up to no good.
As all good cats should.
Indeed. Okay, so, I'm fast. I'm better in damp conditions. I'm calculated. Yeah, I will face danger.
Mm-hmm. Damn, y'all. I can't do anything fun.
Wait, can I do something fun?
Well, you just got a success, so I guess so.
So does Celine like trip at all in this advance?
So I was about to narrate that part if you want me to, or if you want to have a specific thing you want to do. Basically, all you're going to do in this moment is you're going to avoid an oncoming hit. So if you could describe how you avoid it.
By getting really close.
Interesting. So, as Celine draws her sword on you, she wields it and goes in for a fierce attack. That was a very good roll, Chrissy. She swings, and its sharp side comes very close to you. But Ami, you get in just in time to trip her up, and she falls to the ground. And as she does, Excalibur goes clattering to the side, and Lexi, you get very close. In fact, you probably stand over her. So now, as we have it here, Lexi, you're standing over Celine, who is still fuming with rage, and Ami, you have successfully knocked Excalibur out of her hand, which means it'll clatter to the ground and probably form back into a bracelet. And you have avoided getting hit as well on your way down. Celine, what do you do?
Ami is going to toss Excalibur to John and say, I don't think she's in her right mind. Hold on to that until we can get her shit back together. Because that was weird. And immediately turn back around and stand up.
Okay, Celine, you have the spotlight. What do you do?
I feel panic that they've taken Excalibur.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I cannot let that, I see that very much as my sacred duty, especially now. I cannot let that fall into the wrong hands.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to, step back from Lexi and
You're on the
try
ground.
and go for that. Or, I'm sorry, climb,
Scooch back.
Clamber backwards.
climb backwards, stand up, and I'm going to try and like move towards the weapon.
John's gonna rush for it.
Yeah, I was handing it to you anyways. Like,
So it seems that Celine is hurtling towards Ami and John. Hey, Father John, you have the spotlight. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna try and like jump for it and like try and grab it. Because it's in the bracelet form, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's just gonna like try and run over there because Celine's still on the ground technically, so he might have a shot to getting there before her.
Okay. You get it in your hand, but she is still hurtling towards you.
I toss it into my bag real quick. And then I guess I'll just kind of brace myself for her to try and tackle me.
Okay, and before we get too far away, Lexi, now that she has her back to you, what do you do?
Okay. So I know the move that I want to do and why. I want to come up behind her and like grab her by the wrists and like pull her into me and try and talk to her. And in doing this, I want to change the game.
Interesting. Okay.
So I'm gonna be talking to her and like grabbing her. So in addition to my superpowers, I'm also gonna click empathetic. Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Go for it.
I would like to like whisper to her that I don't want to hurt her. I want her to be okay. And I would like to reduce the a status by 4 points.
Okay. At first, Celine, you hear an almost animalistic voice, your own voice, in your head, screaming lies, lies, lies. But as the two of you connect in an almost intimate way, slowly but surely, as you fight and thrash, the fury of purpose dies down to untrusting one. And you look into the eyes of Lexi, and it almost glows the power between the two of you. Until it's just the two of you panting in the rain.
Did I clear the status?
Not quite. She still doesn't
I
trust
still
you.
have one.
Okay. Are you back?
I saw, Lexi. I was shown.
I don't know what you saw, but 1 minute you were gone, and the next you were fighting us.
I was tasked with destroying you. Whoever
I
gave me
whom?
this weapon, there's something in you.
You told me, when you told me about Excalibur, you said it was there to help you change the reign, overthrow kings. There's nothing different about the thing in my shadow. All she wants is to keep people safe from people who abuse their power.
I don't know what to make of what I saw.
Okay. And she like lets go of you and backs away.
I'm actually I'm not going to move. I'm just going to stand there. Because I don't trust a lot of things right now.
Mm-hmm.
Job's
And
gonna
I'm
like
usually pretty sure of everything.
Job, you
Job
have the
is-
spotlight. What do you want to do?
Job is gonna storm up to Celine and be like, "Yeah, that's all well and good, but take it from the guy in the collar. When someone says to go on a crusade, maybe double think that, because usually it ain't a good idea."
You did not see what I saw.
What did you see?
I'm not entirely sure you saw what you saw, or at least you think you saw what was there. Can I look at her lips? Are they
Sure.
acting, or do they look different?
Her lips do not look burned.
Okay. And also,
DM,
maybe
what does my voice sound like? Does my throat sound hoarse?
I'd
Generally
say
asking.
just a little bit.
Okay.
I think at that moment you would cough a little bit as the chemicals still course through you a little bit.
also another thought that I had: maybe don't touch possible poison with without a glove on until we can get an idea of exactly what it is.
Okay,
You're
so
saying I was under the effects of a hallucinogen?
Stranger things have happened.
tensions are high. Can we all just take a breath here? You know? And remember that we're on the same team. And we all have kind of like shitty aspects of these parts of us to some degree. Like, I mean, hate to say it, but Celine, Excalibur, you know, Lady of the Lake, the whole thing, it's like, well, they're only going to want people who follow their lead. They're not going to want fucking weirdos like me. I'm a fucking Greek god or something, I think. So you might want to kill me one day because I don't align with whatever the lady says or whatever. But I don't know. Listen, the point is that we've all got shit to handle, and we can't have each other turning on one another because that was scary.
We got this power, whatever the hell this you want to call it, rifts, divine interventions, but we gotta all still remember, we're still people first.
I still do not feel very sure of myself or the situation here. However, I do find myself somewhat embarrassed for my behavior if I was in the wrong. And I will look at Lexi and just say, I cannot describe what I felt, but I did see, I was shown that you were evil, and I am sorry that I believed it.
This isn't quite a mechanic, but I'm going to do it anyway. You can remove your one untrusted.
Wait, I've got a thing.
Oh, please do your thing then. Please do your thing.
If we want to do it mechanically,
Fuck it, make it cool.
I have a health and a hurt point still on Celine. Would it be a health point to remove this status?
Yes, because there'd be juice to burn
Cool.
burn a story tag or a power tag. Or sorry,
It's
reduce
raining
status.
really hard, so it's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Lexi just like really quietly says, I was so afraid that I was going to hurt you. And we get that anime shot of like chin, hair, extra rain.
How do you respond, Celine?
I nod. I trust in her abilities much more than I've just been learning, and I believe her. And I will nod and just kind of reach out a hand to hers and just kind of squeeze it.
That's how I spent my point, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
At which
You-
point, I am going to look up and around.
Okay. You look around, and the four of you, now that the scene seems to be over, the mist seems to dissipate, and behind Celine, where she just came from, you can see a large clearing.
John, can you give her her weapon back?
Yeah. He reaches into the bag and tosses it to her.
Yeah.
As the
I will slide it back onto my wrist.
do you go back to investigate the clearing?
Yes.
Yes, especially if it is a clearing and not, in fact, some murky pond.
It is a murky pond.
Okay.
However, this time things look a little different. The rain starts to subside a little bit, and so the clouds part for just a little bit, and you can see the figure that had risen from the lake. All around you at the edges, the other three, they notice stage lights and bulbs and strips of LED tape. One of you even finds a fog machine hidden in the bushes. And Celine, in the middle of this pond is a large mannequin with wires and cables descending down its back and one long plastic tube from its face. All the cables seem to
I feel
bundle
like I'm
together.
gonna see that, and I'm gonna understand what happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And turn. Who is putting on these plays that using poison to make us believe?
What's more concerning is that they set this up specifically for
I
you.
tell you, it was not wood. It was real. It was tangible.
I believe
David
you.
must have thought that Ellie. Who is here?
Well, we know that Kim is here.
Whoever else is running around in the shadows.
But also, yes. I mean, that's the more concerning bit, is because somebody knows what your rift is, because they very specifically made this about you.
The photographer.
The camera.
That must have been. It was not a normal camera.
Can Joe
They've
pull up the pic?
captured what we are. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. I was wondering, while this is going, and they mentioned the camera, can Joe pull up the pictures that he got from David's apartment and just kind of go through them real quick to see if there's anything on
So
them?
the photos that you have nothing mysterious about them. They are photos of Ellie Woodworth and a few of Pauline Woodworth, a few that are a little bit seem a little bit out of place, but it's just Pauline doing some construction work. It's Pauline at the edge of this particular carnival ground, and there is a older woman with him, or showing her the land, and these just seem like some other PI who has been taking photos of Ellie.
But nothing like showing any kind of rift
Nope.
stuff. Okay.
However, as you sit here in the wet trees of this abandoned fairground, you hear clinking in the woods.
There's woods?
Sorry, woods. The trees around the clearing area.
Okay.
They're probably just a few fake or semi-real trees that are planted around this glen, but the path is just beyond them. But someone from the sideshows, the booths behind you, is clinking.
John's just gonna get fed up with it. Just come on out already.
Okay. You see the flash of fire before you see the man. And in a flurry of flaming scimitars, Ismail the Fire Eater approaches you from one of the sideshows.
Looking like he's about to engage in combat with us, I assume, not just strolling up friendly.
Mm-hmm.
Just threw scimitars at us, so.
And Celine, as
Thanks.
you look down at Excalibur, you see the part where the tubes and the wires all erupt out of the earth in a big bundle and head towards the center of the amusement park.
The doll, the wooden doll thing of the Lady in the Lake just got up and went towards the center of the
No.
what?
So she had a bunch of cables coming from her back,
Oh.
controlling her. Those go into the ground underneath her and reappear on the ground outside the pond, heading towards the center of town, center of
Okay.
the carnival.
I will point out the wires and just say the wires while we have this fiery dude coming at us.
Celine, he hears you say that. I need you to face danger.
Yep. Okay. Face danger. Mild success. I take this as, but with -1 tier.
Cool. A scimitar comes hurling at you, and it hits you for scorching cut 1. And as it hurls through the air, it comes back. And Job, I need you to also face danger.
Okay. Right. I'm gonna kind of go. Oh, my roll 20 just reloaded. 1 second.
Take your time.
I'm gonna go ahead and just go with the same tags I did with the car accident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, now it's back. All right. You said this is face danger?
Yes.
Mild success.
Okay. You
8.
also take flaming cut 1 as the same flaming scimitar hurls back towards you, cutting your arm and arriving back in this man's hand.
I was going to ask, am I still at Terrified 3, or has that gone down since we left the apartment?
I'll say it's gone down since you left the apartment. Lexi, to your right, you hear a loud metallic clunk as you see Yolanda the Iron Jaw, a woman with a literal iron jaw with sharp teeth, come at you from the side. I need you to also face danger as she comes hurtling in, as if from a trapeze wire, not trapeze wire, a carnival wire.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Face danger?
Yes.
Okay. Well, looks like a great success.
Excellent. You avoid getting hit. At the last second, you dive out of the way. And Yolanda comes swinging by you and disappears back into one of the carnival rides. Ami, what do you do?
Yeah, so Ami is going to see all of these things like popping off all at the same time. We've got like Iron Jaw Lady, Scimitar Guy, Wire Machine, and she's going to be like low grade freaking out. I think maybe this is a little bigger than we can handle. I appreciate all of your gusto, but maybe this is the point where we say bye, and she's going to suggest retreating. And in the meantime, until then, kind of like the Wire Machine, like she's going to I was going to take a risk.
And
as she's running past, using her speed, try to grab some of the wires and just rip them to slow it down from attacking. Or doing any sort of like blowing poison smoke at everybody, or whatever it can do, just kind of.
So you pull on these wires, and you'll see the thing in the middle of the pond lurch as it gets ripped back, and one of the tubes pops out and falls into the pond, but nothing else.
Okay. Yeah, she just wanted to make sure that whatever it was that was spitting poison air at Celine is not going to continue to spit poison air. And she's going to start making her way out, and hopefully the rest will follow.
So you're running.
I am.
Good. Celine, what do you do?
Is everyone look capable of running right now? Okay, she's just gonna shout, follow the wires, and start running in the direction that the wires seem to be heading into the center.
Okay. Do the rest follow?
Are Celine and Ami running in different directions at this point?
No, they're following the same direction.
Okay. Then yeah, no. Joe will try to stay back and try and cover any other flying issues that might be heading our way. But yeah, he'll run. He'll just make sure he's at the back to try and take whatever blows might come.
And Lexi?
Legging it.
Sounds good. As Lexi said, you are legging it, and all four of you are sprinting through this terrible amusement park. As you do, mechanical pieces of equipment all around the park seem to rear into life. There is a giant hot dog above the hot dog stand. It somehow lurches off of its place and clatters to the ground just as the four of you swerve out of the way. The huge, ominous Ferris wheel. One of its cars clunks off of its guides and clatters to the ground just as one of you almost falls underneath it. And at the very last second, one of you notices that the wires all seem to be congregating, in a large metal structure. It is covered in neon signs and advertisements and directions to other parts of the park. But this huge control tower in the middle that somehow you missed earlier is where all these wires seem to be snaking back towards.
Yeah. Heading there.
Yep.
Yeah, heading straight to that tower the moment I see it.
Correct.
As the four of you get to the tower, you find the door, and amazingly, it is unlocked. You go inside, you slam the door behind you, and it's very, very quiet. Even the rain outside has softened as you get inside this strange labyrinthian building. And you hear a familiar voice. Clunk, 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 clunk. The clicking of shoes on pavement echo very close to you. Ami, you're the first one to notice because you're almost the most keyed into it. There is a very large black and white monitor attached to the wall beside you. And in it, you can see Kimberly Wynn. You're a little confused at first because she seems to be standing in front of 3 bowls. Almost without thinking about it, she dips her head down, takes the spoon from one and swallows. And then her head swivels to the living room where there are 3 chairs. And you watch as some noise slowly wheels its way down the corridor. You watch as she tries all 3 chairs. And you watch as she gets into one bed that is too soft, another bed that is too hard, and a third bed that is just right. She falls asleep almost instantly, and the monitor clicks off. And that's when he wheels around the corner. He is a broken man. He's old. His hair is frayed. And his mechanical wheelchair slowly brings him into sight. So you escaped. I didn't see it coming. I don't normally get things wrong. So what are you doing here?
Were you not expecting us? I see that you set up a scenario for me. May we have your name?
My name. I have not used my name in quite some time.
Oh my god. And Lexi's gonna reach into her duffel bag. She pulls out a shotgun, cocks it. I was like, come on. We do not have time for this.
But you do. You want it. Don't you see? You're driven by your horrendous magic. You want to follow your story. You, girl. She points at Celine. He points at Celine. You wanted to believe, and so you did. Don't you see? Your vile magic. It draws you forward. Tick, 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 tick. Like clockwork. Like machinery. Like pure science. It's all calculated. And you somehow escaped. You've ruined my calculations. But I know deep down.
So sorry to disappoint. And she's gonna just rip off a piece of her blouse and just tie it over her mouth and nose.
Over whose mouth?
Mine. I'm masking up. I
Gotcha.
don't want any more poison gas.
We all, wretched humanity, are driven like clockwork to fulfill our desires. And you, just like that man David, just like that girl, Kimberly, and just like with Pauline, you're driven to fulfill your stories. The doctor was right. You all tick, 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 tick your way through your stories.
It couldn't have been that, right? Clearly, it takes almost nothing to throw off your scenarios as long as there are other people around. Your doctor is a quack.
Yeah, and right now you're starting to tick me off, old man.
Oh my god, thank you.
Alright, yeah, that was clever. That was good. You gotta give him that one there.
Excuse me, you have not given your name, and also, I'm learning today that there is no such thing as coincidence. Are you so unconvinced that you do not have a story yourself you are fulfilling?
I call myself the Mechanist, but I once went by the name Maximilian Drake. The world was clear to me then. Everything had a purpose. Every experiment was understandable with pure logic. Things worked back then. And then everything went horribly wrong. You say he's a quack.
Mr. Maximilian Drake, did you ever work at Helix Labs?
Why? Were you there on that night?
What
Did you
happened
do
that
this
night?
to me? You destroyed my body? Left me an outcast from my science?
What science? What was
Ow.
the experiment?
It does not matter anymore. It is lost to time.
It clearly
think it
matters. You're very
matters.
upset.
Quite a bit. If the world made sense, and then there was that fateful night, and suddenly we are here, it would seem that something happened of importance.
Yes, that vile magic got into my veins. It changed me and made me wicked. Sure, I can control the machines, but my very existence spoils life.
I do not know anything of your story, but I would love if you could share more of the story of that night. I'm just gonna, as I'm talking, I'm just very much gonna try and just very casually glance around at my party members.
You are trying
see
to
if any
convince
of them
him,
are
so I'm going to have to ask
sneak
you
up.
to convince him.
Okay. And Convince. Great success.
And with a great success, let's see. On a hit, choose relevant tier. Okay. You're going to choose a relevant status with tier equal to power. What do you give him?
I give him... Can I just give him anything? Can I name it?
Mm-hmm. Literally,
I give him monologuing.
Any tag, any status, anything you use can be any word or phrase, as long as it fits.
I give him villain monologuing.
Okay. Tier what?
In which he, discloses all of the relevant information because he's feeling overconfident and like his story needs to be told. Tier, I don't know what tier.
3 because he used 3 power.
3.
There we go. Here's a tier 3 status of villainous monologue. I was working for Helix Lab, Applied Sciences. I could have done or made anything. My magnum opus, my life's work, was simply to make life better for everyone. And yet, it was all taken from me. Don't you understand? But I was given new life. Dr. Archibald Tennant, from mending the broken. He saw me and understood my plight. He understood that riffs like you are simply machines driven to fulfill their stories. Don't you see? Pauline was driven to settle the wilderness. Don't you see that David was driven to strike down giants, but just as easily to succumb to adultery? And last, old Kimberly. Such a simple story. She coveted those that others had, that she once had, and lost. It was a perfect plan, and they all succumbed to their story. Don't you understand? He was right. They do follow a plan. It is science. It is logic. And you will not stand in my way. And with that, the machines around him start to vibrate. His chair starts to shift. And in a matter of moments, he has become the mechanist, a huge metal body. An exoskeleton that raises him up, and he is ready to take you down if it's the last thing he does. So, you die here tonight. Or you prove my hypothesis
I don't know that my purpose is to die here tonight. So perhaps I will be proving you right.
Celine, what do you do?
My weapon is just going to transform like liquid metal just sliding out over my hand. And it again is going to become a weapon. However, this time it is going to become a halberd.
Okay.
So definitely similar to the hooked glaive, but definitely more of a blade this time.
You think that can work on me?
Yes, and I will strike.
Good. Please hit with all you've got.
A 14!
Damn.
Choose 2.
On a 10 plus, you choose 2.
Um,
You secure a superior position, get them good.
Yeah, so I am going to get them good.
Okay, plus 1 tier.
And then I would like to gain the upper hand.
Okay, describe to me what the status you're giving them is.
Damaged legs.
Interesting. And what is your power for that?
I'm striking for any joints I can see on these, like, mechanical legs.
Okay. What is your power for that roll?
3.
Plus 1 for the get them good, right?
Yep.
Cool. So his mechanist armor will reduce that tier by 2. You will still hit him for broken leg 2, and by doing that, one of the bolts on the side of his leg pops out, and it crumples just a little bit, but he adjusts and stands back up again.
Okay.
Because you've done that to him, he is going to strike back. I need you to face danger to avoid an incoming hit.
Oops.
What'd you roll?
Don't mind that. That was a convince. It was such a good roll, too. Mild success, a 7.
You take the status, but with minus 1 tier. You don't see this coming. Or,
okay.
Well, you do, but it's going to be a lot worse than you expect. He smacks into your ribs. For broken ribs 3.
Okay.
This is a reminder for any viewers that a tier of 5 gets knocks you out of combat, and a tier of 6 retires you to the GM, basically. Who wants to go next?
Can I ask a question about what we see as characters really
Of course.
before I... So
Yep.
Okay.
Go for it.
Is he, as the machinist, in a metal machine, is he significantly taller? Is he still like normal human height?
I'd say he's approximately 8 feet tall, clad all in dark brown, kind of rust red armor, and you can only just see his face through a darkened slat on the top.
Okay. Do either of you want to go first, or would you like me to? I just wanted to clarify what we were seeing as characters, but I will go if you do not want me. If you want me to. Do either of you have like a? Okay, all right.
John was gonna try something stupid, but I can wait.
Yeah. I mean, same. So again, Ami's going to kind of just like close her eyes and like shake her head, and mutter to herself, you know, Mercury, if you ever fucking wanted to help me out, now would be a great time. And I'm going to attempt to climb the front of him.
Okay.
And pull the helmet off so there is exposed human.
Okay. Interesting.
I was going to say take the risk because it's performing a daring, risky, or outright stupid feat.
Okay, let's do it. Take a risk.
Okay.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I know. This is very dumb.
What power tags are you using? And let me know what you roll.
I'm going to use my speed
Mm-hmm.
and my spatial awareness.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's about it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And what was that? That was take a risk.
Okay. On a 9, things get messy. The GM will offer you a hard bargain or an ugly choice. So if you do this thing, you can rip off the top part of the helmet, so he is exposed. However, if you do this, he will get a chance to hurl you across the room. Or you can realize that you are not going to make it and take that back at the last moment.
Yeah, I'll let him do that.
Okay. With that, you get your fingers in somewhere good, and with an almost God-given strength, you rip part of this off, and a chunk of his armor goes flying. But as soon as you do, he grabs you by the shirt and lifts you up and hurls you to one side of the room, where you're going to get broken arm 2. Job, what are you doing?
I'm gonna do something crazy.
Please do.
Job's gonna like rip his collar again. He's like, you think that this can all just be boiled down to ones and zeros? You think this is just clockwork? You think this is just a story? Well, you're right, it is a story. It's a story that's been playing out since the beginning of time. And I ain't gonna let you do this, because guess what? Your science ain't gonna be able to explain everything. And he holds up his fist, and it starts crackling with that red energy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you ain't got control of this story. Because I don't have control of this story. But I know a couple people who do. He holds up his other fist and starts glowing like in a bright, like golden light.
Okay.
And then he like gets pulled out both ways as this like tether of energy, of golden energy pulls him one way, and this tether of fiery energy pulls him another way. And he's like, and I'm gonna make sure that we make it to where we need to go. And as far as I see it, and as far as my two friends see it, you're standing in the way. And he's gonna stop holding back as he lets Lucifer and God make sure that their bet comes to the conclusion that they're looking for.
Okay.
And he reaches, he has that tether of energy, and he just shoots it like towards him. Both the fiery and the golden energy that was pulling him, he's channeling it at him.
Okay. This, I need to decide what sacrifice you were going to make.
I'm going to be doing a lot of power tags for this.
Yep. You are going to I'd say this is only a significant stop holding back. What you're going to do is you're not using power tags.
Okay.
The MC will say what sacrifice it'll take from you, then roll plus logos. So the number of logos you have. I believe you have 3.
3.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How do I roll logos?
Just add 3 power
Onto a everything.
onto a
with everything
generic
you've got?
roll. So the roll should be stop holding back.
Okay.
If you go to cinematic moves.
Cinematic moves. Okay.
There we go. Stop holding back with a plus the 3.
That's a 5.
No, you didn't have the 3s. Oh, it's still a 5. Okay. Damn. On a 6 or less, you pay the price given for a 7th or 9, but you also lose control over your powers or fail to use them as planned. The MC will decide how and what the consequences are. Damn. I've never felt this kind of power before. And neither have you. You think you're in control, but you're very much not.
He very much wasn't trying to be. There's 2 people that want their bet to come through, and they don't want anyone stopping them.
Anyway. The fire burns hotter than you can stand, and the golden light trickles down your arm. Overhead, the thunder roars, crackling with light. Every crack in this building seems to glow with every strike of lightning. As the fire rips through your arm, you see your own arm start to burn, and the golden one starts to smoke. The 2 powers are at conflict, and as you attempt with all your might to smack Maximilian Drake, he is consumed in all-encompassing fire. He screams like you have never heard someone scream before. And soon parts of this building start to crack and splinter and fly apart. Pieces of his suit hurl themselves at Lexi, at Celine, and at Ami. You are definitely not in control, and you try to stop holding back, but you could not take the power that is contained in your 2 fists, in your mythos. And you black out. And the scene fades. You wake up, and it is morning. And the rain finally, slowly fades away as well, until all you hear is the quiet silence of the morning. You look around you, and under huge chunks of metal lay Lexi and Ami and Celine. There's no longer a building around you. And in fact, the entire fairground has been scorched, razed to the ground. And it's several days, if not weeks, perhaps a full month before any of them recover. Ami, you're in a coma for 2 of those weeks. And Celine and Lexi, you make it out alive, but you are scarred for life. And so, what do you do, Job, when you wake up surrounded by destruction and still not dead?
No. No. Why can't you just save me? Just let me be done. Are they around me?
They are. They're under the rubble.
He starts pulling rubble and just trying to dig them out. And he's like, oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think he's getting flashbacks to a, like for every like bit of rubble he's pulling up, he's getting flashbacks to a burning car
Mm-hmm.
some 30 years ago. No, don't go. No, please don't go. I'm sorry. It should have been me. It should have been me. Why?
Somewhere in your adrenaline-fueled fury, you rip a piece of metal off of Celine, and her pulse is very faint. You pull one off of Ami, and it's not there. And for Lexi, there is a burned scar on half of her face.
I think Job stops. He just fully rips off the collar. He digs into his bag. His bag with all of the things that he researched. And he starts drawing symbols in the ground. I think he like bites his own hand and just starts like smearing it in blood. And he's like, all right, you son of a bitch. You want this wager to go your way? I think it's time you owe me a favor. You want to win the bet? Let me see what you got. Let me see what it's worth to you. And he starts speaking in Latin.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not praying for a miracle.
Mm-hmm.
He's begging for a bargain.
The wind whips across the barren land that once was the Lemnos Carnival. And you sit in silence.
Come on. Come on! I get these powers from somewhere. What do you want?
And with that line, the scene fades. Thank you, everyone, for watching Carnival of Machines. We'll do our outros now and an epilogue after. We'll go in overlay order. So, Lukalak, would you like to close us out?
Yeah.
Feel free to discuss how you're feeling, how your characters respond after this.
My character's fucking unconscious, so barely breathing, barely living. Listen, she's tough as nails, but like she was hurt pretty badly when that happened. But also, just goddamn, Mikash, bringing it. I have so many thoughts. I'm just gonna go through my normal outro. Hi, I'm Luke Locke. I played Celine Calvern. And her mythoid is Excalibur, the weapon of power. And you can catch me here just about all week and all month and all fall. I am gonna be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific for the Flabbergasted playthrough, which is a collaborative role-playing game from the Wanderer's Tomb, inspired by oddball comedies in the 1920s, and it goes live on Kickstarter on the 28th. And tomorrow we get to play through it and test it out and kind of showcase it. So that should be a lot of fun. And then I am back on Saturday for both Dark Echoes and the Bard's Refrain, the very final episode of Bard's Refrain. And then Sunday starts Blood and Grit, a Fistful of Darkness miniseries set in the Weird West and run by Zeke Gonzalez, which I'm very excited to play in. And then we have that evening, I will be in Return to Islanabar, which is Jurassic Park one-shot, DM'd by Fazul. And then on Monday the 27th starts Stargate Phoenix, ran by Last HP Hero. And then on Tuesday is Harper's. However, season 2 has concluded now, so we're just going to do Harper's. Just good old-fashioned one-shot Harper's. It should be a lot of fun. And then, yeah, it just continues from there with All Hallows episodes, Stargate. We've got Too Swift, Too Vicious, the Fast and Furious one-shot, but the sequel using Keegan EXE's system racers, something, renegades and racers, yes. And then it just keeps on going for all of fall. So I'm here always and forever. On to Chrissy.
Yes, hello. I am Chrissy, and I played Ami Ortelia, and she is also unconscious, in a coma, pretty much dead, pretty close. So she doesn't think anything. Well, unless Proper has her dream a bunch of weird shit, which I'm sure he'll tell me about next time.
You're going to be in the prologue, so you can hold up on that for now.
Oh, check. Okay.
Sorry, epilogue.
Epilogue, yeah. Yeah, so, listen, that was phenomenal. You killed it.
Too soon. Too soon.
Shit. Damn, my wording. Always wonderful. Yeah, I am also in a lot of the things. I am also...
Go check the schedule.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you can check the schedule, throw a dart at it. You might catch me in something there. The big one I will say is I'm super excited for Flabbergasted tomorrow, but also in the evening, we have our debut of the Odyssey of the Dragonlords Oathsworn. That debuts officially tomorrow night with the first episode rather than the prologue episode, which was, a couple weeks ago. And then, yeah, any number of other things. All the time. Throw a dart at the schedule. Come join our Discord. Do things with us there. Have fun. Make fun of us there. We do all the things all the time. That's all. Next.
Hey, y'all. I'm Legendary Vermin. I'm Legendary Vermin on every platform that matters. That's Itch, Twitch, and, of course, Twitter. I, as a player, I'm feeling good. This is what I show up for. Please beat up my character. Make me feel emotions. Thank you. I'm never playing Donkey Kong 64 on my Twitch. I don't know why it says that in the shout out. But what I am doing is on Sunday, I'm also in that Jurassic Park game, Return to Isla Nublar. And that's pretty exciting. And then on Wednesday of next week, I am going to be in the first of an ongoing alien RPG game called The Hubris of Man. I'm going to be playing my own character who has a metal jaw. So that's a weird reflection. And then on October 8th, I'm going to be playing a spooky game tentatively called Memento Mori. Ooh. All that is where you can find me on Twitch. But on Itch, I just released a brand new tabletop RPG. If you like gay stuff, and if you're still here, I suspect you do. I released a queer basketball themed GM-less TTRPG called Alley Oop. And you can get that on my Itch. You can get a physical copy. I will mail it to you. It'll be full of love, maybe glitter, probably not glitter. But yeah, it's really exciting. I wrote that with my wife, and it's fun, but it's also really gay. So check that out.
And last, Ikaj, are you feeling well enough to sign us off?
Hey guys, Ikaj the Orc here. That was fun. Everything went according to plan. So up next, I think, is going to be tune in next month when we pick up from here. I hope you have us in our thoughts, because I'm not going to stop thinking about this for the next 30 days. We just finished Harper's, so I don't know if something's coming up here soon. If you want to see more of me, you can find me on Twitter at @EkajTheOrc. I'm on Instagram as @EkajTheOrc. I've even got a few TikToks at @EkajTheOrc, so feel free to look at me there. Find me on the Discord, and maybe in the meantime, I'll sneak my way into other games as I try to do. That's me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, my amazing players. It was a phenomenal game tonight. I'm sorry it went a little long, but it was very, very good. I appreciated all of your choices, every single one of them. And with that, we have... me. My name is Proper Nerdy. I'm a TPK staff member, role player, and... sometimes game designer. You can find my game Generational, which is a world builder based on the people who lived in its history. You can find it on itch under Proper Nerdy or prprnrdy.com/gen. You can also, if someone wants to throw games, exclamation point games in the chat, you can find all of TPK's amazing game design games on itch on that link. I am in Flabbergasted tomorrow. I'm also running through a game called The Zone, which is very dark horror, kind of surrealist, creepy stuff, on the 3rd. So check that out. It's a new system that is entirely online, and it requires no prep, so I have no clue what I'm going into. I have a very fun cast for that. But after that, the next time you'll see me is probably either Harper's or here. Oh, also in the Blood and Grits. Whatever that's called. Anyway. So I have a epilogue for all y'all. Chrissy, you do have a couple of times where you can interact with it. So let me get some music running and we will begin our epilogue. Ami, it's been several weeks since you were caught in the inferno that was Father John's attempt to save us all. You finally, after long stays in the hospital, 2 weeks in a coma. You wake up surprisingly unscathed. Sure, you hurt, but you're alive. You find your way back to the apartment, the brownstone, where your grandmother lives. With a clink, you drop your keys in the bowl by the door and enter the brownstone apartment building that you share with your grandmother. What does this brownstone look like?
Yeah, so her space, it's you walk in and it is all old, rich leather, lots of old antiques. When you walk in the door, there is the side table where everyone throws their keys, a few hooks for coats. A couple of her very fine, like probably furs, the things that she wears when she goes out to different galas are like casually hanging there. It is a brownstone that very much reeks of like an old Dior perfume, probably like cedar a little bit as well, like just an old rich home. She's definitely the matriarch, so it is set up so everything is top of the line. She doesn't need to worry about walking into the living room and not having her things, or being wheeled into the living room and not having her things. Everything is where she needs it. So she has a live-in maid or a nurse, whichever she probably prefers to be called. So that's probably the way that it feels. That's not Ami's apartment necessarily, but that's basically her childhood home.
As you settle in, kick off your shoes, and hang up your coat, you notice the sound of someone shuffling in your grandmother's bedroom. Obviously, for the past few weeks, the nurse has taken care of your grandmother for the entire time you were in hospital. And as you peer into the doorway, you see a young woman tending to your grandmother's various monitors with a pile of folded towels and gowns at the end of the bed. She has the logo of the local but expensive nursing company who takes care of your mother during the day while you're gone. She jumps when she notices you enter the room. She looks new, or at least not one you've seen before, but perhaps things have changed since you were in hospital. Oh, hello, Miss Ortelia. I'm sorry if I frightened you, but I thought I'd stick around and have a quick chat with you when you got home. Only I didn't realize how late that would be. I'm glad to see you're out of the hospital, and hopefully you're feeling well. Nevertheless, why don't you sit down? She offers you a chair in the corner of the room across from where your grandmother is sleeping, though she sits with her back to the bed. And now, Miss Ortelia, I thought I ought to discuss with you your grandmother's health. Unfortunately, it is not getting better. It's taken a turn for the worse in the last few weeks. And so I wanted to ensure that you and your loved ones are ready, that you have a plan, and that you yourself are feeling well. And with that, she digs her hand into her coat pocket. And as she holds this thing in her hands, she says, "We're not sure how long it'll be. We spoke to your doctor while you were gone, and it could be a year. It could only be a matter of months. But as her primary caretaker, I wanted to offer you this advice." And she hands you a small piece of hard cardstock. She says to you, This is the name of a doctor I would highly recommend. You should speak to someone about what you're going through. I know the doctor has really helped me clear up a lot of confusion I was having. Now, it's terribly late and I need to go. Well, rest up, okay? Your grandmother should be all set for the rest of the night. And as you sit staring at this small scrap of paper, not sure what to say, abruptly she stands up, grabs her bag, and heads out the door. Slowly, you turn this paper over in your hands and find it is a business card. It reads, Dr. Drew Langstone, PsyD IAAP, Mending the Broken. There's a telephone number, and those words seem to hang in the air as the scene slowly fades to black. Madness Calls It Forth will return on October 18th at 5 p.m. Pacific Time. And with that, I bid you good night.